All right. So we're going to address a few items before we get into the main business of the May 12th, 2021 HDC meeting. Real quickly, we're just going to go through what we're doing for our annual report as well as Preservation Month. So those of you tuning in, our highlights for 2020 are above. We actually had slightly less cases than the year before. Part of that actually might be down to the fact that with COVID and everything like that, so some things didn't quite get as many applications as we did the year before. You will also notice that the commission took a little less, but again, that's also probably a result of a couple of canceled meetings because of the COVID in the early spring 2020. Everything's up, pretty much up on the board. Obviously, we welcomed Oaklawn Park as the 7th local historic district. Staff administrative reviews saw a slight increase last year. And of course, all the totals for everything are up on the board. The next slide we have applications by year. So we've already kind of gone through this. We saw 342 instead of 365 from the year before. And again, the full commission HDC approvals versus the administrative approvals on the end there compared to year to year as well. And by district, of course. All right, so for Preservation Month, I don't know if anyone's seen any of our posts yet. We've had two posts this year so far for Preservation Month. We've been highlighting the National Register districts. So a quick nod to Hermitage Court, Wesley Heights, and Dilworth on the first post because they are both local and National Register districts. And then last week we spoke to the Croft district, which is not a local district, but not a locally designated district, but a designated national district. So we will highlight 3 more districts the rest of the month as well. I believe our next item of business is the nomination of the slate for HDC officers.
Motion. Okay, this is Commissioner Hayden. I have the pleasure of bringing to the floor a motion to renominate Kim, PJ, and Jessica for their various roles as chairman, vice chair, and second vice chair. Thank you. Seconded by Damon. I think I'm not one to. Hello, PJ.
All right. Commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Lineberger. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Mern.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0. The yeses have it.
Up, we have Commissioner Lineberger giving us an update on the comp plan.
Thank you, Cindy. As the Planning Commission representative on HDC, I have been attending the Planning commission work sessions, just as an observer, which I've been privy to a lot of the development of the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan. And I just wanted to make you aware, if you aren't following the steps in this process, it is going to be, it's in the second revision phase, and that is going to be republished on Monday, the 17th. And right now, the plan is for there to be 2 weeks of open commentary. Again, that's going to be opened again for commentary by the public and whoever. So I just would encourage everyone to take a look at the revisions and submit any feedback. I think everyone on this commission, your feedback on this is really valuable. This is the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan that has been really in process for the last 2 to 3 years. It's everything, multifaceted. It's been under city council review. The staff just presented the revisions, the proposed revisions, and then that's going to be published on Monday. That's what's going to be published on Monday. So
Is there anything that you've noticed specifically that you're concerned about in terms of how it affects our districts?
oh my gosh. I would say not anything in great detail, but it's quite a comprehensive overview. So definitely, if you have not looked at the plan, I would encourage you to go online onto the Charlotte website, the City of Charlotte website, and look at the plan. I'm happy to send you any of that.
Okay.
I think Christy sent it out at some point,
You may have.
so I didn't weigh in, but definitely encourage everyone to do that.
Okay.
I'll send the links to everyone, but I'll definitely notify you if that revision happens and they do open that up for commentary.
Thank you.
Right.
Krista, this is
All right, any other
Jessica. Can I
questions
say
about the comp
something?
plan?
Is it okay if I say something?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. And Krista, maybe you can correct me if I misstep here, but I think it's important to note that the 2040 plan that's being voted on is it's like a visioning statement. It's the vision of who we want to be as a city. And it's a more succinct document that will be the guiding document for the ordinance changes. And the ordinance changes haven't happened in Charlotte for, a really long time, many, many decades. And so we're long overdue for ordinance changes, but this is really, what's being voted on right now is a visioning statement. And some of the talking points that are circulating around the community are speculative in nature because this is not the ordinance and it's not at that level of detail. So I think it's really important that we as commissioners be responsible for understanding what that vision is and what the implications are so that we can maybe debunk some of the talking points that are not necessarily accurate. And Krista, maybe you can correct me if I've misstepped in that statement.
Thanks, Jessica. Yes, I think that it's been actually 35 years since we've had any major visioning statement at all. So, or visioning document. So right now, you're exactly correct. And there are 4 points to the plan, and the first 3 are all the vision, and the 4th is the implementation. So that is right, that they're going to be voting initially on the plan itself and the vision, and then there are many steps to get to the implementation part of it.
Any other questions or concerns? All right, well, I think we're going to take maybe a quick 5-minute break before we get started exactly at 1. Everyone good with that? Great, thanks.
All right, the Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the 12 May 2021 meeting. I am PJ Henningsen, Vice Chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 13:05. Also sitting in today's commission are Jim Hayden, Bill Goodwin, Damon Rumsch, Krista Lineberger, and Jill Walker, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Jessica Heinman, and Chris Mern. Also present in the room are Cindy Kochanik, Candice Leety, Max Oliver, Jill Sanchez Myers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas, our court reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings are required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Please do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool in WebEx. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or HDC staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is first presented by HDC staff. The commission will determine if there's sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be giving an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall then close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request that the hearing be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they're having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
All right. Candace, do we have all of our commissioners online?
We do. Thank you. We do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first item up for consideration is 610 Hermitage Court for an addition. This is on the consent agenda. Quick reminder that consent agenda items are recommended by staff for approval with permit-ready drawings to be submitted to staff. It's up to the commission to decide if they would like to leave any of these projects on the consent agenda. That's the first determination, and I don't believe we have any members of the public signed up for any of our current consent agenda items. Also, if a commissioner would like the consent agenda items placed on the standard regular agenda, they can speak up on that as well. So again, as the first item is 610 Hermitage Court for an addition. This project is for a 2-story rear addition of a screen porch with living space above it at the back left center of the corner of the house. On the right elevation, the proposed work is changes to an older addition with the side entry redesigned to better coordinate with the architecture of the house, and an existing door changed to a window. The new roof on the rear addition ties in below the main ridge and is much less than 50% of an increase, but it's the visibility that meant this was not staff reviewable. Yes.
But-
Okay. So we're going to show Damon is recused.
Please let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch is sitting out, left the building. No.
All right, so I don't believe we have anyone signed up for this one on the agenda, so we don't necessarily need to pull it off the consent agenda unless anyone from any of the commissioners feel that this needs to be on the standard agenda. All right, I guess we are looking for a vote, and obviously any staff recommendations, if there were any conditions, would be listed on your staff memo. I don't know that we even really need to close for deliberation, but if anyone wants to speak on it, it looks like maybe Jessica might.
Commissioner Heineman.
Thank you. I've reviewed this application and I find it to be complete, not incongruous with the district, and compliant with our guidelines for additions on page 7.2. So with that, I move to approve this application as drawn with the condition that permit drawings be submitted to staff for review.
Second.
All right, and seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Let's vote. Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Mern.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. All right, 9-0, approved. Let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch has returned. And let's move on to application number 2917 Romany Road.
So this is also on a consent agenda item. This is 917 Romney Road. This is for an addition and fenestration changes. Proposed project is a small 1-story addition on the left elevation and changes to an existing window. On the right elevation, a former addition will be reconfigured with a new entrance and awning, an exterior stair, and updated fenestration to be more in the same design language as the existing house. All materials are to be traditional to match existing. There is one staff condition listed in under number 2, that the applicant work with staff on the window trim in the field of siding, including a 2-inch sill. I don't believe we have anyone else signed up for this. So ultimately up to the commission if they want to see this on the consent agenda or not.
Candace,
we're all good.
I'll be recusing from this one as well.
Commissioner Barth, you're out, okay? Commissioner Hinman, did you say you were recusing? Commissioner Hinman? Commissioner Hinman on mute?
No, sorry, I'm still in. That was just Commissioner
Okay.
Barth that needed to recuse. I'm happy to make a motion if you'd like me to.
All right, stand by 1 second. Let the record show that Commissioner Barth has recused. All right, go ahead, Commissioner Hinman. If you'd like to make a motion.
Sure. I've reviewed this project and find that it's not incongruous with the district and meets our guidelines for additions. 7.2, I'd move to approve this application as drawn with the condition that the applicant works with staff on the window trim in the field of siding, including the sill, and that permit drawings be submitted to staff for review.
All right, let the record show that Commissioner Walker has seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Mern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman. Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. Approved 8-0.
And-
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
approved 9-0. All right, let's move on to application number 1300 Myrtle Ave.
Cindy, we can't hear who's speaking.
Sorry, that was my fault. So the next project on the consent agenda item is 1300 Myrtle Avenue for side porch changes. The proposed project is the addition of screen panels to an existing side porch. All materials will be traditional, and the screen panels will be attached to the columns in a manner that is reversible. Due to the location and visibility of this project, it's in front of the commission and it's not able to be staff reviewed. I don't believe we have anyone else signed up for participation on this one. And if the commission's okay to move forward with this as a consent agenda item, we can consider that.
All right, commissioners, maybe Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Barth,
Yeah, I have no issues with this one. The only thing I would like is for the applicant to clarify the color of insect screen they propose to use. Or they can work with staff on, or, I can give our preference.
If you want to go ahead and do the motion with the condition, we
Okay.
can work with that.
Okay. Let me throw my condition out there before I make the motion, just to see if any commissioners are in disagreement. My condition is that the applicant use black insect screen rather than aluminum. It wasn't clear to me in the notations on the drawings whether what color the screen would be.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Chris, would you just give me the reasoning why you prefer the black to the aluminum?
Because black you tend to see through a lot more. Aluminum, when you see the silver screen, it becomes much more opaque. So it'd be more apparent from that elevation and from the street view.
Okay, so you could see more easily into the screen porch. I think that's reasonable. I don't think I'm not sure how our guidelines would kind of prescribe that. I mean, I agree with you that the more visible, the less invisible the screen is, the better. But I'm not sure what guideline would kind of send us to that requirement.
Well,
I agree with you, but I think you need to cite a guideline.
all right, let me attempt to do so.
So we do also have the applicant with their hand up. Do we feel this needs to be moved to the regular agenda?
Chris, how important do you think this is to to move it off the agenda? Because I think if we're going to start prescribing what the screen is, we probably should take it off the consent agenda.
I mean, I think it's it may just be as simple as clarifying with the applicant, but I would assume we have to move it to a full agenda in order to do that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean-
okay. To me, it's pretty important. I mean, I'd feel better if we moved it to a full.
Okay.
What are the implications of that?
Before we move forward, moving to a full, Commissioner Hinman, did you have something to add?
I was just going to say, as a counterpoint, I think 7.2 numbers 1 and 2, the two guidelines that discuss the addition and change being minimally visible, relate to Commissioner Barth's condition. And so personally, I'm comfortable with the condition and sending it to staff under 7.2 numbers 1 and 2 and keeping it on the consent.
And that sounds reasonable to me.
Sounds good. I'm good with it.
Sounds like a motion, Commissioner Hinman?
I think it's Commissioner Barth's motion, but I'll second it.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the project as designed with conditions, requesting that the applicant work with staff on the screen selection and color, referencing section 7.2 number 1 and 2.
All right, do we have a
This is
second on the
Commissioner
motion?
Hyman. I'll second.
Great, thanks, Jess. All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0, approved. All right, moving on, application 4-1808 Wilmore Drive.
Okay, next up is application number 4-1808 Wilmore Drive for front porch changes. Proposed project is for replacement of non-original decorative metal railing and columns on the front porch with a wood railing and brick piers with tapered wood column and a wood beam to be added onto the partial width front porch gable. There are several conditions listed in the staff review that the applicant work with staff on the right side front column placement and the railing height, top rail to be below the row lock on the brick pier. Porch railing section needed to verify that the railing meets HDC requirements between the top and bottom rail. Brick piers to remain unpainted, and otherwise the project does meet the guidelines. I don't believe we have anyone else signed up for this for public comment, although we do have one unknown caller to join the meeting. Candace, do you want to unmute the caller and see if they're here to speak about this project?
Caller, are you here to speak on this project?
Robin, the homeowner, is on the call, if that's what you guys are asking.
Did you need to speak on 1808 Wilmore?
I'm here for the call if you guys have any questions, but other than that, I have nothing else specific to say.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions. Commissioner Bonaparte.
So I did review this application and I'm designated to lead. If none of the commissioners have any questions, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
All right, other commissioners, any other questions or comments? All right, Commissioner Bonaparte.
All right, so I move to approve this application based on the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the guidelines for porches, page 4.8. And then per the rules of procedure, approval of the project is recommended based on the conditions that were outlined. And that this project otherwise meets the guidelines with permit-ready construction drawings submitted to staff for final review.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Mern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0, approved. All right, we are done with all of our consent agenda items. Let's move on to the full hearing.
Let the record reflect that Jill Walker has recused.
And also let the record reflect that Commissioner Rumsch
Yes, Damon.
is recused as well.
The next item is 1141 Linganore Place. Let's see, do we have? Stan and Chris, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. This is Stan.
Okay, and have you both been sworn in?
I
have
was,
not.
yes.
Okay, if we could do that for you, just 1 second.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, this item was continued from the April 14th, 2021 meeting for an addition. I will actually probably just turn it right over to the applicants. If you could state your name and address for the tape record, that'd be great.
It's Christopher Jaltrup. I'm the homeowner at 1141 Linganore Place.
I'm Stan Russell, architect, 1506 Central Avenue, Charlotte.
All right, and please begin when you're ready.
Great. Well, thank you for having us today. And I guess I want to start off with saying we appreciate the positive feedback we received last month, related to our substantial changes that we made based on the first continuation. We're excited to present again today, hopefully gain approval. We've modified a couple more details, I think, that captures all the changes that the continuation motion made last month. We also try to make a couple subtle changes that we, heard from the comments or from the discussion, which includes moving that sidewalk path down into the existing historical driveway, and then the new drive. The design was updated to mimic the existing. I guess the only other thing I wanted to point out, there was no specific discussion last month regarding the garage or pool house. But we do believe that it's consistent with the guidelines, given that it's designed in the same design language as the addition, which the commission last month seemed to agree was compatible with the original house. And further, since the structure is not visible from the street, you can see from the sight line from the sidewalk exhibit or the 3D renderings, we felt it was most appropriate to address the style of the house as you would see from the rear. So, with that, I think Stan's probably better suited to speak to the specific changes we made, and I'll turn it over to him to take it from here.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, everyone, again for all your good input last month. As Chris said, we did listen again and really tried to incorporate the suggestions that we received. I'd like to go over those now specifically and just real quickly run you through them. And what I'll do first is go through the changes we made based on the last meeting, and then we can talk a little more about the garage and pool house afterwards. Starting with the site plan, I'll start with on the lower right of the proposed site plan. You'll see in red the new walk. What we have done is, just like before, we had proposed removing the existing 10-foot wide concrete drive that's adjacent to the drive of the neighbor, and move the drive to the opposite side, the left side of the house. And in its place, add a brick walk that extends to the sidewalk and to the street. We're now, based on the suggestions last week, we're keeping all of the existing brick walk and steps that are considered historic and are there. And so our new walk will skirt those. What we would like to do, and I submitted a plan, it was after the deadline, but I submitted a plan to where we would like to extend this walk all the way to the gate on the right. At the existing brick wall that comes down to the right property line from the house. So we would like to extend the brick walk there. The brick walk will match the existing walk in brick color, pattern, and style, and in size. We're also proposing adding a small platform at grade adjacent to the new walk and the existing sidewalk that will have a water fountain. The Geltrups wanted to do this is you know, for people walking and walking their dogs, that type of thing. So that's what we're proposing there. Back to the site plan, if we could. Thank you. On the left side, you'll see the drive. We've changed the drive now to a 10-foot wide concrete drive, which is what was original, and we're edging that in brick. So we'll have a brick border with the red brick to match the existing paving brick on the front of the house. That goes back to the gate, the new gate, at the existing garden wall. Behind the gate, the paving changes to a concrete paver that's 4.5 inches by 9 inches, and that's the paving that'll be used on the rear of the house from the gate back. For the auto court and the drive, those pavers will be permeable, and the rest of the paving there will be non-permeable, but will be the same paver laid in the same pattern. Okay, now we could go to the elevations. Front elevation, excuse me. The major change here was the removal of the Juliet balcony that we had. So the existing kitchen window is to remain. It seems I failed to take off the note on the existing that window to be removed, but that window remains now, as you can see in the proposed front elevation. So on the original house, there are no changes at all in the fenestration or materials or anything else on the original house. Okay, the left side elevation. Okay, on the left elevation, the major change you'll see here is the enlargement of the window at the hyphen, the space that forms the break between the original house and the new addition. It was suggested that we make this more transparent, which we like. So now we're increasing that glass from to extend from floor to ceiling and from wall to wall in that small hallway, which makes up the hyphen. Everything else there remains the same. Okay, next. And this is nothing's really changed here, other than you can see the glass again in the hyphen. It just makes that connection more transparent. Okay, next. This is the right side elevation, and a couple of changes here. One is again the glass in the hyphen. You can see it here on the first and second floors. As you'll recall, the second floor plane is set back quite a bit from the first floor plane. But the hyphen in both of those, again, the glass in each one of those first and second floor extends floor to ceiling and wall to wall, trying to make that as transparent as possible. The other change here was in the addition to the existing turret on the south side. To the left, you'll see the turret down below on the original elevation. Originally, we had removed the window at the basement level, but now we're leaving that existing window where it is. The first floor window just to the right of the turret, we're proposing removing that window and replacing it in the addition to the turret. So it's essentially in the same place. It's just out about 5 feet, south of the existing wall. The addition to the turret steps in now 6 inches. The wall does, and the roof does. So the outline of the original turret will remain. Here we didn't really speak to this much last month, but we're proposing that this addition, and this would be the only part of any of the additions we make, that this addition would be painted brick, and the roof would be the tile to match the existing. We just think this would the offset would be enough to render the existing turret still recognizable, but the compatible brick color and style and texture and roofing would draw less attention to the addition. Okay, next slide, please. In the rear elevation, you can see on the left, again, you see the turret, how it's stepped in about 6 inches, so the roof of the original reads and the corner of the original brick reads. Next. Okay, next. Next, we'll come back to these in a minute. Next. Okay, let's go to the material. Can we see the new sheets that we submitted for the material photos, please? Okay, thank you. And you should have, and those in the meeting room, you should have a physical sample of this brick sample board. Dropped that off the other day. So this is the brick we're proposing. It took us a while to get this, but it's a Taylor Clay product, which is I found their bricks to be fairly true in size and good quality. So it's a lighter color in the light gray range. It's a modular brick, which will match the existing in size. And it'll be laid in a running bond pattern, but will be unpainted. And the mortar color, which will be similar to the brick, I think will make a nice tie-in to the existing house. On the right is the sample of a water fountain, and this was one taken from one of the neighborhood that we're proposing that would be at the street. Our pavers are a 4.5 by 9 by 3 1/8 paver, and as I mentioned, in the drive behind the fence and the auto court, they'll be permeable. And then the rest under the carport and the porch and terraces, they'll be non-permeable, but they'll all be the same color, same style, same pattern. Next, can we go back now? I'm sorry, to the tree plan. There, okay, there we go, right there. Okay, this is a tree plan that we did not have last time, and it also deals with the impervious area of the rear yard. The tree plan has a letter from Heartwood Tree Service outlining the existing trees, the conditions of the trees, the plan for protecting those and nourishing them during construction, that type of thing. So we've got existing trees to remain in green. We're proposing removing 3 trees. At the back upper left, you'll see there's a 10-inch cherry and a 19-inch hackberry. And then about midway down on the left, you'll see a 14-inch cherry, and those 3 are being removed. The trees that are with any close in any close proximate distance to the new construction will have tree protection barriers around them, as noted by the larger green circles. We're adding 3 trees in the upper left corner, adding a cherry, and then a cherry on the right, to the right of the original house. And then just in front of the lower right corner of the original house, we're adding a canopy tree, which we're specifying a ginkgo. All of these came from the approved tree list from the city. The impervious area shows that that even if we used impervious paving, that we're at right at exactly 50% of the area of the rear yard. With the impervious paving that we're planning to use for the drive and the auto court, that puts us at 41% impervious area for the rear yard. Okay, if we could go to the the new digital images now, please. Okay, thank you. We had these redone just to show the changes that we've discussed, so you can see them in 3D. This primarily shows the drive now changing. We had it shown as brick before, but now it's a 10 feet wide concrete with brick borders. To the right, you'll see that the Juliet balcony has been removed and the original existing kitchen window is back in there. Next. This is the same thing. This is the view without the trees. You also notice that one change we did was incorrect in the original model, that the window on the addition at the rear goes up to the corbel brick, so it's taller to kind of tie into the existing dormers. We had that incorrect on the first 3D model, but that's corrected. Next. This shows the now how the existing walk and steps are to remain. This is the water fountain, the little water fountain platform at the sidewalk, and in the brick walk we're showing going back to the gate. Next. And this shows a little farther down the street. You can see the walk, the water fountain. You see the Juliet balcony is gone. All the original steps and walk remain. And that's our new, just to the right of the steps is our new canopy tree. Next. And this is the same view without that canopy tree. You can start to see the turret now, and it's not real clear, but you can see the beginning of the line of the window just past the curved wall. That's the original window at the basement level, which remains, and then you can see the offset in the new turret addition just to the right of that. Next. And then this is a straight on version of the right side, the south side. So you can see the turret, how it steps in, the window on the first floor to the right in the turret addition is just moved out about 5 feet from the original house. So that's the same window there. I think, and then you can see the full glass and the hyphen too. It really reads at the first floor level particularly, and shows how the original house it is separated now from the addition. Next. And then this, here you can show we've changed the paving to indicate the concrete pavers at the rear of the house. These pavers shown here, except under the carport, would all be pervious. Next. And then again, you see the paving here. It's the same paving that extends to the porch and into the pool area. And then just a rear view, again, you can again see the turret, what happens there. And here, I think it's a good place to transition into the garage and pool house. Our plan with the garage and pool house was to keep a very simple material palette and a lower scaled building. So it mimics the corbel brick of the addition to the rear of the house. Very simple. Flat roofs kept the scale lower, which we wanted to do. We just wanted to maintain a lower scale in this building. We wanted to keep it from being visible from the street, but also to keep the scale down, for the neighbors. And then the next slide, please. And this just, I think, shows it just a little closer from a different point of view. You can see how as you move around the house, and this becomes kind of all a piece of the whole. That the pool house and the garage behind it really tie into the same language as the existing, as the addition to the existing house. So if we could go back now to the drawings of the, yeah, thank you. That's our brick. And then maybe just go back to the drawing of the pool house and garage. There we go. So again, it's just it's a fairly simple brick building. The same brick, the same treatment. Again, the flat roofs give it a lower scale with the just the corbel treatments around the openings. I think that's all I have. Chris, do you have anything else to offer?
No, I think that summarized all the changes. So hopefully everyone enjoyed that and positive feedback.
All right, great. Thanks, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
All right.
Dave, if I may.
Yeah.
Just for everyone in the room, you have any of your supplemental information in hard copy form. For those of you watching at home, the supplemental information is also linked through our agenda on the main page. So there was some supplemental information that was referenced in this case. And I believe we do have at least one speaker.
So we have one speaker that wants to, okay.
We have one speaker signed up.
All right. Who is signed up? Commissioner or Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker, have you been sworn in? Yeah. Ms. Walker, would you like to speak for or against this application? Negative. Is there anyone that would like to speak for or against this application?
Don't believe we have anyone else signed up.
Does anyone join via phone?
I don't think we have any other unidentified callers. So there's no unknown callers.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicants? And again, just at a high level, commissioners, this application is broken into several components. We've got the side and rear addition. We've got a carport, we've got landscape changes, and then just a reminder, there is the new garage and pool house, which we did not talk about last time. So who would like to kick it off? I mean, Commissioner Barth is always pretty talkative with these applications. Commissioner Barth, would you like to start us off?
I don't have any questions for the applicant. I may have more to say when we close for deliberation. So, I'd turn it over to other commissioners. I will say that I was not here for the April review of this project. I do have a few comments, but again, like to address those in closing.
No worries. I know I've got a couple questions, but commissioners, any questions of the applicant? Commissioner Hayden's thinking a little. No. Krista? No. At the beginning, yep. Okay, so I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Russell,
Yes.
you mentioned there's two windows, one on the front elevation and one on the right elevation that you're moving to another location. Why are you, help me understand why you're moving those windows versus just leaving them in place?
No, if we could go back to the front elevation, I think I must have been unclear on that. We had planned on the front elevation. If we can go to the front, yeah. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. No windows are moving on the front elevation. We had planned on removing the window on the right side, lower first floor right side, which is a kitchen window, and that's where we had in our original proposal had a Juliet balcony, and we were making those doors and adding a balcony, and we were going to relocate that window to the addition. And after that was denied in the last meeting, and so that window remains. Now on the right side, we are moving the window. Okay, you can see the turret in the existing elevation, and we had originally proposed moving the basement window and the turret to the first floor turret addition. Now we're keeping the basement window and the turret, as you can see in the elevation above. And there's the window to the right of the turret at the first floor. We're proposing to remove because we're constructing an addition to the turret to the right of the turret. So that window will move out from its current position about 5 feet to the new wall. That's 6 inches behind the wall of the existing turret. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, no, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, that wasn't very clear. I was trying to make the point that window that we're moving in the turret, it just kind of stays in the same place, but moves out about 5 feet. So.
Got it. Okay, understood. Okay, and one other question. At the very beginning of the application, you were talking, the site plan was up, so I guess can we go to the slide with the site plan? You had mentioned something about the brick wall, some detail, it hadn't made it into the application. I may have misunderstood you.
No. Yeah, the wall that's shown in red here, we had stopped at the existing landscape brick stairs, which are to remain. And the additional information submitted, if we could go to that site plan in that's in the additional information.
Okay, so it is included in the supplemental information.
Supplemental, yeah.
Okay. Understood.
You can see it's gray now, and it extends. We've just extended it on back to the gate, so it kind of mimics now the drive. It's kind of a shadow of where the original drive was now.
Got it.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. No other questions for me. Commissioner Hinman. Jessica, any questions?
Hi. I was just hoping you guys could weigh in on the right side elevation, which I think might be slide 70. before we go into deliberation, the expansion of the turret, I only have a material question on it. The expansion of the turret where it's set back and you're relocating the window, are you requesting brick to be painted to match existing at that location as opposed to the new addition in the back, or are you requesting the new brick at that location?
We're requesting that that one location that we be allowed to paint the brick. And
okay,
also,
thank you. That's exactly. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and also to use the to match the existing roofing material, the tile for the roof for that addition.
Okay, thank you. That's just what I needed.
Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Hideman. Commissioner Barth, questions?
Yeah, just one that I thought of, and this may have been covered in the last meeting. Again, I apologize if I'm being redundant. Stan, can you tell me, please, the existing heated square footage of the main house?
You know, I'm sorry, I should, I don't have that right off the top of my head. Chris, do you know what, I don't have those figures, I'm sorry. Chris, do you know what?
Sorry. So with the additions, when we purchased the property and had it appraised, the appraiser measured it at 3,060 square feet. So that would include the areas in red to be removed. What the area in blue is, I don't know, but that was the 3,060 is the current heated square footage.
Okay. And Stan, do you know the square footage of the addition?
I don't. I haven't recorded that. I should, and I know I've checked it, but I don't have it. I don't have it right in front of me. Sorry.
Okay, so I would assume same for the garage. You don't have that offhand. Okay.
The pool house is. I do know the pool house is just under 800 square feet, and then the garage is. Well, I think that might be on the sheet for the impervious area.
Okay.
On the material sheet, it might be on there.
All right.
Let's see. No, go back. Yep, back one. One more. It was on the there it is. Yeah, right. Can you zoom in any on that impervious area? I don't have that right in front of me.
Stan, I have it zoomed up on the.
Okay, good. Sorry.
I see it as 1596 for, that's the combined, both the garage and the pool house together.
Yeah, and the pool house is about 800, so it's about 800 as well. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. Any other questions of the applicant? Again, we didn't talk about the garage and the pool house last time, so commissioners, do you have any questions specifically on that? Now is your time. All right, no other questions. Back to Commissioner Hinman.
Hi, I'm going to preface this question by saying that my copy of the approved plant list says list subject to change, and I don't know what date this is from. But I have the ginkgo tree on my large maturing approved trees, and I don't have the cherry trees. And in the past, the hackberries have been considered, I'm going to let Commissioner Hayden weigh in on this, like a vintage tree or something. I cannot remember the term. And so I'm wondering if you are open to potentially changing the replacement tree species for a large maturing canopy tree for the hackberry.
Yeah, I would be fine with that. Chris, I don't want to speak for you, but
No, I think we're definitely open to it. Our thought process is just to lay that out and again, open to suggestions was the ginkgo would be replacing the hackberry for the large maturing tree. And then the other two trees to be removed were both cherries as well. So replacing cherry for cherry. But we had heard from Heartwood that the commission had a preference not to replace hackberry with hackberry, given, you know, there's, I guess, a species of worm or insect or something that, you know, I'm not sure exactly, but he pointed to a black substance underneath the hackberry and said this is common and it would be a preference probably not to have hackberry. So we went with the ginkgo instead. But again, open to suggestions there if there's a preference.
Thank you. That was actually really helpful, the explanation. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hinman. Any other questions? And let's close for deliberation. Commissioners. Let's, I don't know, why don't we just start breaking it up into components? Side and rear addition. So again, some of the comments that came back for the reason this was continued had to do with the hyphen, had to do with removing the Juliet balcony, had to do with adding more differentiation on the side turret. Commissioners, any questions, comments on the side addition? Side and rear addition? Do you agree that the applicants have done everything we've asked for the side and rear addition? Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, I agree that they've done everything we've asked since the April meeting, with some, you know, questions about how everyone feels about the addition on the right hand side. I do have a question for staff. Candace or any of you others, are we only allowed to touch the topics that were were outlined from the previous meeting?
So you can address sorry, this is Cindy. You can address anything that was not already previously addressed. Things like you haven't touched, things like you haven't reviewed the driveway and the accessory building. And then you should actually keep your comments on the additions to the items you continued it to.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Barth, any questions or comments? Anything you want to discuss on the side and rear addition?
Yeah, the right-hand addition of the turret, as Stan mentioned, I mean, I appreciate them relocating that existing window to the addition. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that that window is moving from its original location. Let's see, the hyphen, I think that all looks better. A little concerned about the size of the ADU in relation to the house and acting as a secondary unit to that main structure. Let's see what else. Other than that, I think I'm good on everything else, unless anybody feels otherwise.
All right, any other questions, comments on the side and rear addition? We'll move on to the carport next. All right, moving on to the carport. Commissioners, any questions, comments on the carport? Commissioner Hinman.
Are we in closed deliberation or are we still in questions?
We're in deliberation. Do we need to reopen?
Okay. No, we don't. I wanted just to have a quick conversation on the turret extension to get a read on the other commissioners about the painted brick to match and the roof to match and the offset at the existing corner. In my mind, this does meet 7.2 number 6 because the offset at the existing corner tells the story of the original turret, and that 7.2 number 6, in my mind, the compatibility clause there allows for the roof match and the painted brick match in that location. But I'm curious what the other commissioners think. And I am inclined to, I want to talk about what Commissioner Barth just said, which I think ties back to the federal guideline, the window relocation, and the federal guideline, which is, I'm trying to find it. It's the changing the narrative guideline. I will look for it if you guys want to talk about those other things.
Just for reference, I am okay with the addition of the turret as drawn, just to respond to Jessica's opening to other folks.
Good. Thanks, Commissioner Barth. All right. Should we talk more about focus on the window then? On the turret?
So the reference I think that applies to the window on the turret is federal guideline number 3, changes that create a false sense of historical development. It does cite using architectural elements from other times from other buildings shall not be undertaken. And this is from this building. So that's probably an open window for this discussion. No, didn't mean to use the word window there.
Okay.
But I am inclined to feel like this turret extension complies with 7.2.
Okay. Right. Agreed. It is differentiated. All right. So commissioners, let's, okay. So it sounds like the only open item on the side and rear addition that we have concerns about is the windows. How the window is, that original window on the turret is being moved forward. Does anyone else have any questions or comments on that? Okay. All right. So let's move on then. So let's move on to the carport. Any other questions or comments? There was nothing that there was nothing that was continued regarding the carport. Okay. All right, moving on. I'm going to save the pool house and the garage for last since we didn't cover that before. Moving on to questions or comments regarding the site plan. They have provided a more detailed site plan. They have provided the detail behind the permeability. They have provided information from Heartwood and the tree report. I know we had a nice spirited discussion on walkways. Okay, I'm looking around the room. I don't see any hands up. Okay, great. So let's move. All right, so let's move on to the garage and pool house. Any questions or comments there? I know Commissioner Barth, you had mentioned something about the pool house not being secondary to the main house. Do you want to talk about that in more detail? Again, appears to be a one-story structure against a two-story structure.
Yeah, I mean, I think in mass it does, to me, just looking at this site plan, it is a fairly large footprint, and the facade is, obviously responds to the addition, which I get that maneuver, but it does, give the ADU more of a presence, which is really the only thing that pushed me back on that.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Commissioner Barth? All right, Commissioner Hinman?
I'm a little split on this one too. It's the size and scale that feel to me that they're not secondary to the primary residence. That being said, and I think that ties into the massing too, right? Because the materiality of it is this very solid, masonry building with these very, clean wall-to-wall glass elements, which I do like that it complements the addition so well, and that it's so compatible with the addition, and that it is of its own time, which I think is very much in keeping with our mission statement here. I think we need to address the replacement trees, although I thought the explanation from the applicant was great and extremely helpful. And I think we need to talk about the driveway and particularly the solid nature of the driveway. Personally, I feel that the way that the driveway curves is very much in keeping with the picturesque nature of the historic house, and it's in response to the trees that they're trying to save. And in the curving drive, it would be much more difficult for us to request the, carriage tracks. But I think that's a conversation we need to have relative to our guidelines.
Okay, so let's do this. Any other, let's just make sure we've covered all questions or comments and any discussion points on the pool house and the garage. Does anyone else have anything else to add? And my general comment on that is in terms of scale and massing, again, just looking at the site plan, I mean, obviously the garage and pool house is not taller than the main structure. It's not the same height as the same structure. So vertically, it is secondary. And just, again, just looking at width on the site plan, I mean, it appears to be, it does not appear to be as wide as the main house with the addition. Again, just.
Cindy, could you flip us to the site section while we're having this conversation? The site section with the pedestrian at the street. This one. Thank you. Slide 70. This is Commissioner Heineman on slide 70. I feel like this exhibit is a really critical exhibit here because the garden wall does have a presence and is a very important part of the history of this site. And the applicant is restoring the garden wall. So this is a restoration move that is contributing to the sight line that really completely disguises the garage back there.
No, great. No, thanks, Jessica. Any other questions on the garage or pool house? All right, let's move on to the driveway. So some concern about the material for the driveway. Anyone else have any other concerns or comments? Does anyone else share Commissioner Hinman's concern about the driveway material? If not, we should start thinking about a motion.
Hey, PJ, this is Chris.
Yes, sir.
I just want to echo that with Jessica. I mean, especially from what we talked about last go around where, the traditional entry point to the site is that old driveway. And I think they're doing a great job with the marker of the drinking fountain, that being brick, that to me, this isn't permeable enough. I just think it still reads as a driveway, even though it's got the ability to retain or for water to get back to the root system of everything. But whether that's just trying to have the dual tracks, I think that Jessica mentioned, or something else where it's not what that typical driveway, I don't know what, give me a second to get the right term, but it just, it reads plainer that the even as these permeable pavers, it's still a material that looks like it's been paved down in the landscape. That sounds like a cop-out, I know, as it's coming out of my mouth, but it's just, it's still a driveway. And so trying to find something where this is, clearly a pivot from that traditional curb cut is what I think we were trying to get at last time.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, Chris, absolutely. Because again, we're not trying to design this, for the applicant. So
right.
Definitely understand and appreciate what you're trying to say. So I think we're hearing at least from the Chris's and Jessica that the driveway, the materials used for the driveway are, I don't want to say harsh, but very solid in nature. and need to be broken up. So I guess one of my questions is, so Cindy, is that something that staff is comfortable in working with the applicant to come up with a solution that's area, or do we need to be more prescriptive?
You can be more prescriptive if you'd like. Staff typically works with driveways, with a lot of other reviews. But if you give us enough guidance
some
to know
guidance?
exactly what you want,
Okay.
then we are more than happy to staff review that.
Okay. No, perfect. All right. Commissioners, any other questions on the driveway? Again, we need to start thinking about a motion. And I know two commissioners, Commissioner Barth or Commissioner Hinman, not to put you on the spot, were very, very helpful with some of your comments earlier referencing guidelines. So I'm guessing you probably have a motion halfway there. No pressure.
PJ, this is Commissioner Heineman. The thing I would be most comfortable with the driveway, to me, it's the monolithic quality of it, and I think the problem that we run up against is that 8.2 is fairly prescriptive about not allowing concrete driveways for the commission. So I think for me, the most comfortable path forward with the driveway is for us to consider it as a landscape element that does not need to hold up the building review. Does that make sense? That we can continue at the building review and they can work with staff on whatever driveway they want. And if it's not staff approval, they could come back. But it doesn't
Agreed.
need to, the driveway doesn't need to hold up the building review.
Absolutely agreed and appreciated. So you're thinking about a motion on the addition and the pool house?
I'm ready for an addition motion. I do have questions for if any other staff have objections to the addition on the right with the window. Just to get me down from the fence.
Or down from the window?
So we do have the applicant with
This
their
is
hand
Commissioner
up.
Heineman. Oh,
Okay, so
You wanna
all the
reopen?
applicant has a question. Let's reopen so we can hear the applicant. And Aleka.
Thank you. No, I was just going to offer up as far as the drive. I don't think our intent was to be monolithic or the view was the existing drive was a concrete drive on the right-hand side with a brick border. So it was to recreate what was existing. But we're certainly open if we would prefer a more prescriptive approval to include the drive with the approval of the house if, you know, a permeable paver as an alternative is preferred. So I guess I just wanted to offer that as an option that we weren't presenting the concrete drive as a, you know, the preferred or only recommendation, but rather our takeaway from the last meeting was that was the preferred option, but maybe we misunderstood. So just wanted to add that.
No, great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Sir?
No, that's all.
Okay, all right, so let's close again. We're closed. Again, we're looking for a motion. Commissioner Barth, were you gonna throw something out there?
Yeah, I'll throw something out there. I'm ready to motion on the addition. I could even be on the driveway and other paved surfaces. I'm not ready on the ADU. I'm assuming we're going to do this as a phased motion. Do I need to do all of them?
So that's a good, my comment would be if we have a lot of alterations, issues, comments on each one of those four components, then we should break it up. But if we only have a couple of items that we want to clarify, change, or send to staff, then let's have it as one motion.
Okay. Well, with that, I'd like to propose a motion to approve the addition as submitted, as it responds accurately to our questions from April meeting. Okay, so that's for the addition. Do we need to vote on that, or should I keep going?
No, my opinion, well, hold on, let me ask. Cindy, do we need to break this up?
It depends on what the motion actually is gonna be. As you stated previously, if it's gonna be just minor changes or conditions to each piece, then you can do it as one.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can separate them.
So Commissioner Barth, just one comment. If your motion was of the form, I approve the application for X, Y, and Z with the following conditions being make the driveway less monolithic with A and B, make this one change to something else. If it's something simple like that, then let's just have one approval with those two conditions. If it's something that's, I've got a couple of changes on the addition, a couple of changes on the driveway, a couple of changes on the landscaping plan, well, then we should probably break it up. And Commissioner Hinman has a question or a comment. Commissioner Hinman?
Commissioner Barth, I was just going to ask if we could add a friendly amendment clarifying the turret extension is approved for painted brick to match existing and roof to match existing per 7.2 number 6 compatibility, because differentiation is achieved in the offsets. And I feel like the root of our question about the window and the turret extension is whether we can relocate the historic window or whether we need to just put in a new window. And I wonder what your inclination on that is, Commissioner Barth.
I mean, not knowing the program of this house, I don't know how it affects their design.
It's a bathroom. They're just making it a full bathroom over there.
Let's see.
I think I'm okay with the historic window relocation because I think it meets the federal guideline for differentiation and compatibility.
I can accept that.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Barth, do you want to start again from the beginning?
Let me see if I can organize my notes
right.
for the ADU real quick. Give me just one moment, please.
Yep.
Commissioner Henningsen, while Commissioner Barth is organizing those notes, can I ask if Commissioner Hayden can weigh in on the replacement tree selections?
Sure.
I am totally fine with the replacement tree selection. While hackberry is a native tree that, is a part of the canopy in Charlotte, it is also a problematic tree. It does have some disease issues right now and some insect issues that are making it not as desirable as it once was. Plus, most of them are reaching their useful maturity. So I'd say this is one of those ones where I'm fine with the ginkgo as a replacement for that tree. And I have no problem at all with the cherry. I mean, cherry for cherry, that's totally acceptable.
Thank you.
All right, so commissioners, while Commissioner Barth is pulling together his thoughts on the pool house and driveway, I'm sorry, the pool house and the garage, does anyone have any issues they want to bring up about the pool house or the garage that may add to his thoughts?
It does seem to me and I don't know, hopefully it's all the same scale drawings. When you look at the drawings of the elevations, for example, the rear elevation showing the proposed addition, you got the Corbel brick, and then you have the band fields of brick around those. Those are comparable in size and width. When you look at the same relationship of corbels to large panels of brick, it's not the same. And that those large panels of brick are, for me, what seem to be causing a scale or non-compatibility issue. So that's where I'm coming from. It makes it seem like it's more of a building than it is, just because it's big panels of brick. That's my thought on it. I'm not sure how they could fix that, or whether it's that big a deal, but it does seem to me to be a visual thing that makes it seem like it's bigger than it actually is.
Right. And then there's the question is, how visible is it really from the street as well?
You know, I think that the site section shows us that it's minimally visible. You know, I think just in a history of how this house has been added on to, you know, the max height of the ADU to me is right at the eave line of the existing house. So to me, the overall scale of the house in livable area and eave line as it's presented from the ground plane is similar to the house. You know, just because that ADU does have a flat roof. You know, if we were to put a roof of similar geometry on top of this, that would make, theoretically, it almost as tall as the main house. I think that's where I struggle from. Now, if, you know, per our guidelines, you know, because it's minimally visible from the street, if that eliminates that concern, then.
I mean, I think it does. I mean, the guidelines don't say the structure needs to be secondary, even if you put a different style roof on top that's not part of the design that mimics something on the original house, right? Again, I mean, the garage as written, yes, does have a flat roof, does align to the architectural design and in the context of the addition, you know, but taking that flat roof and comparing it to the eave line in the original house or even the other house, from a height perspective, it is secondary. And again, it's also in an elevated position where from the street and the sidewalk, you know, it is minimally visible, especially as you look through that wall. Again, just a comment.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to get bent out of shape about it, you know, because just, you know, there are a lot of things between the street plane and that addition. So I think, you know,
Okay.
unless anybody else has any comments on it, I'm comfortable with moving forward. On that, are we ready?
Commissioner Hinman, is your hand still up? Did you have a question or comment?
I do. I'm trying to look for guidelines to help us with the accessory building review. And so I'm going to start by saying this is an area where I don't necessarily agree with the way the guidelines are written. So I'm struggling with that a little bit. And I think it's very clear here on slide 70 that the garage and the layers of site planning through the garage, the grade change, and the restoration of the garden wall really do make this garage minimally visible, if at all visible from the street. The guideline, unfortunately, that I think we need to figure out how to balance is 8.9 number 3 says that the new outbuilding must be compatible with the style and character of the primary historic building in scale, elements, and roof form. And then the Secretary of the Interior Standards, number 3, says that it should be a physical record of its time, and a change that creates a false sense of historical development should be avoided. So I think our guidelines are in direct contradiction with each other on this issue. I think that the contemporary outbuilding is probably more sensitive to the historic picturesque structure, but I think we're going to have to find a way, however this motion is written, to back ourselves up with one of those two guidelines. And then the other one that I think we're going to have to grapple with is that the garage doors should be authentically separate or the appearance of separate, and how that plays into the design and the reading and the massing of this accessory building. That's 8.9, number 6. So we have to figure out how to navigate those as a matter of consistency in the district.
Jessica, I had the same thought looking at this at the addition, and how it, we have some contradicting guideline points with the Secretary of Interiors. But I don't think this is the place to address them.
I mean, the good news is we do have a precedent of having a contemporary style ADU or something of that structure. I forget if it was Plaza Midwood or something last year. So, I mean, the good news is we have used our guidelines in the past to support that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the addition as drawn, as the applicant has responded to our questions from the previous meeting, with the friendly amendment that the painted brick and roof match on the, on the right elevation for that addition, that the painted brick and roof match the existing, referencing section 7.2, number 6. And this includes relocating the window in that right addition in reference to federal guideline number 3. For the ADU, I would like to approve with conditions that staff work with the applicant on simulating the separation of the garage doors to appear as double garage doors per 8.9, number 6. And I would also like to approve the driveway with conditions that the applicant work with staff on measures to make the driveway more pleasing in landscape, with the addition of tire path routing versus full width paving.
Commissioner Barth, did you have anything about the carport as part of the motion?
I would also like to include the carport to be approved with the addition.
Okay. Commissioner Barth, anything else?
That's all I had. Feel free to let me know if I missed anything.
Would anyone like to second the motion?
Commissioner Henningsen, this is Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Barth, to your accessory building notes, I would like to add the friendly amendment for the federal guidelines numbers 3, 9, and 10.
You said 3, 9, and 10.
Yeah, 3, 9, and 10. That's correct.
Okay, I accept.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone out there that would like to second the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Maybe, do we need to give any more guidance to staff on the driveway?
Adding to my driveway part of the motion, I would like to say that the I mean, I really think they could speak to this, but I would say the grass or, whatever it is, center section should begin starting like 3 feet behind the sidewalk and go until the gate, at least the gate area. I don't know if anyone has any other, beyond that, it's not really seen.
This is Commissioner Heineman. I don't think we should provide any design guidance on the driveway. I think just send it back to staff. It's not going to delay the building approval. They can easily come back to us on that point in a timely manner if they need to. I don't think they'll need to.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Barth, do you want to repeat the motion from the top?
Straight from the beginning?
Yep.
All right. I'd like to move to approve the addition as drawn and as it responds to our comments from the April meeting. This includes the carport attached to the addition. I would like to add friendly amendment for Jessica Heineman that the painted brick and roof on the right-hand additions should match the existing per 7.2 number 6. And the relocated window as it responds to federal guideline number 3. I would also like to approve the ADU as drawn, referencing federal guidelines 3, 9, and 10 as referenced by Commissioner Heineman. And I would like to lastly approve the driveway with conditions that the applicant work with staff on softening the driveway from as visible from the street.
Commissioner Hayden, do you still second that?
I still second that.
Any other comments on the motion? All right, let's vote.
Can we just adjust the language on the driveway part since we're not technically approving the driveway as drawn? Can we just not say approve the driveway? Can we just say with the condition that the applicant work with staff to meet driveway guidelines? As if the driveway is being removed.
Yep. That makes sense to me. Commissioner Barth?
So I'm not saying approved or anything. I'm just saying they need to work with staff. Okay, yeah, that's good.
I'm okay with it. It seems like we're just kicking the can down the road, but okay.
Commissioner Hayden, still good?
I'm still good.
Any other discussion points? Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
No.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murrin,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 7 yeses, 1 no, 7-1 approved. All right, let the record show that Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Rumsch are returning back to the meeting. All right, everybody, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will return at 1:45.
Okay. Next up, we have 2010 The Plaza. This was a continued case from the April 14th, 2021 meeting. It is new construction. Let's see, do we have Pancelli, Tim, Rusty, Shad, and Paul? Are you all there?
This is Rusty. I'm
Tim's
here.
This is Paul. I'm
All
here.
All right, and oh, I'm sorry. And have you all been sworn in?
I've not.
No.
I have not.
All right, let's go ahead and do that.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do. I do.
I do.
Oh, yeah, and we'd like to indicate that Damon and Jill have returned to the meeting. All right, so again, this is continued from the April 14th, 2021 meeting. I'm actually just going to turn it over to the applicants to present the project and any changes that they have made. There is also supplemental information online and for all the commissioners in the room that were submitted for this. For those of you who are going to speak, please state your name and your project address, or I'm sorry, your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure, my name is Tim Finan. My address is 826 Hawthorne Lane. I don't know if anyone else is going to speak.
Paul Sagaden, 1125 East Moorhead.
And this is Panchali Sal at 401 Hawthorne Lane.
All right, just let me know where you want. Oh, just let me know when you want to
2909
go.
Virginia Avenue.
Sorry about that. Just let me know where you want to go on the presentation.
Sure, we could start with, I guess it'd probably be good to start with the comments from last time, just so we kind of refresh everyone's memory. Yes, on page 2 of the beginning of the document. Yeah, right there. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so last time it was requested to have a more accurate rendering of the retaining walls, study the connection of the buildings facing Thurman and the connectivity to the street and the openings to the hedge, the existing hedge, and provide a brick sample and a corner sample of the garage and more detail of the garage and a sample corner detail and a spec for the windows. If you go to, let's go ahead and start with sheets A 1.0. I think we're good to start with that first. And I can go through the easy ones first. These are the retaining wall heights. So on 1.0, on these sheets here, yeah, one more, 149. There we go. Yeah, so on this sheet here, we changed the heights to match the standard, the 2-foot maximum height for the little retaining walls to deal with the grade. I think last time we had them too high on the elevations, so we've corrected those. That also happens on sheets A 1.4 as well. Sorry, 1.1, the next sheet, next slide. Get a 150. And you can also see at the bottom of this page, I believe one of the commissioners last time asked to have the more detail on the bottom right corner to have more of a kind of a railing detail there. We split up that kind of brick wall that it was kind of more of a mass wall, and this kind of allows an opening there at that porch. It's not part of the building, but it's actually the porch piece there. If you move on to the 1.2 sheet, next slide. And these also the same thing on these. We added the more details for the end unit. Now, if we can move to page, I guess it would be A3.2 and A3.3. Not sure what page it is on your presentation. It would be the showing the details of the windows and the garage doors. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, right there. Oh, one back. Yep, perfect. So on this, nothing much has changed as far as the brick. The brick's the same as we had before. We have provided the sample. I believe there's one there at your office. We dropped one off so you could see it. I don't know if someone there has it or not, but we did drop one off to you guys so you could see it in person. Everything else is the same. We wanted, except for the windows, we were using the Geldwind Sightline aluminum clad window, double hung window. These are the same windows that have been previously approved on other projects by the HDC in the past. So we're just proposing to use the same type of double hung window that's been used in the past. And you can see the details. Details are on the following slide. You can see what that looks like. It's very similar to what the a wood window would be. And then on this sheet as well, we provided more detail for the aluminum clad garage door. The manufacturer did not have a physical sample or corner of a garage. They just didn't have one available. This is from, I think it's Assa Abloy. They're a pretty well-known company. You can see the detail in that spec sheet on this sheet here. You know, that it has a lot of, basically, it's there to kind of simulate how a wood door would be. So it has a lot of relief to the door, shows all the little pieces of what would be wood, but is more of a clad element. And this mimics the other doors that are on the site at the orangery behind our project. And then, and did you find, it looks like you found the sample, the brick sample possibly?
Sorry to interrupt. Just one moment. This is Cindy. Can you just repeat the information about the garage door? We didn't quite hear it in the meeting room.
Yeah, so the garage door, they didn't have a corner sample like that. They just don't have one available. So we provided, they did give us a spec sheet where you can actually see how the, you can see more detail on how the different pieces of the aluminum clad look like wood pieces in it. It's very similar to kind of how they do it with the windows. And it's a very nice door. It probably costs as much, if not more, than the wood type doors, but very durable as well, so it'll be long lasting. It does mimic our design that we've chosen mimics the orangery building behind ours that's on the site. So that was the goal of the look here. You can kind of see that image there in the middle of the page showing the darker charcoal type wood door there with the trim around it. And then if we want to move on to that, to the next thing, the 3.4, yeah, this sheet here actually the detail of that window, but it looks like you guys have the cutaway sample as well. If you go to the next sheet, I think actually, I don't want to go to the supplemental addendum. If you can go to the supplemental, it's probably 3 sheets here. Yeah, 0.3 and 0.4. So this is kind of the one of the big points last time. On this one, we kind of showed more clearly the openings. We put the openings in the hedge here. So we're proposing 2 openings on the smaller 4-5 unit building. These will be approximate locations, but we're proposing 2 for these so that we kind of maintain the hedge, but still allow a good amount of opening in between to allow that connection for the pedestrian. And then if you go to the next slide, we put 3 openings in this hedge. So that since it's a longer building, we added another one. So that's 5 total, which leaves a good amount of hedge left over so that hopefully it won't die, but it will also kind of create those little secret garden entrances, little connections from the sidewalk to the residences to kind of have that nice street appeal to it, so you don't feel like it's behind a wall of hedge. And then if you move to the next page on the supplemental addendum, we did do a study at the bottom right corner here. You can see we did a study of how the pedestrian would look through these openings, and where you can pretty much, at any point there at the path, kind of see the face of the buildings, of the residences. You can kind of see the viewpoint angles we added to those. And then there's a little kind of gravel or grass type path that would lead up to the openings. And to the left are two examples of what we're proposing, a similar look to what we're proposing as far as a natural type opening in the hedge, something that allows the hedge to be maintained, but also kind of creates these kind of secret garden entrances along the street there, which should add a nice connectivity for the pedestrian, but also allow the hedge to be maintained so it doesn't die. And I think, let's see, I think that's pretty much it. That wraps up all the changes that were in the comments that we had last time. So I hope we satisfy the guidelines. I think, I guess you have a picture of the brick sample as well. It should be on site with you guys. That's all I had.
These were just additional photos for those people who weren't joining us in person. So we have the windows and the brick.
Perfect. Great. I don't think we'll be using that color.
Anyone else presenting, or are you all set, Tim?
No, that's it. Sorry, I'm all done. Yeah. You guys have questions?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Has anyone signed up to speak for or against? Okay. Anyone joined by the phone? Telephone? All right, commissioners, what questions do you have of the applicant? Commissioner Rumsch.
Hi. Would you show us the perspective drawing from the plaza to start with? You just were at it? Yeah, the renderings. There's let's see, there's another one, there's a second one that I think shows more of the head, yeah. So can you zoom in on that and to one of the windows? Well, let me, as I look in the book and on these renderings, the windows show a fairly substantial windowsill, and typical of this kind of construction would be heavier moldings. So the window that you showed us, that we passed around, the sill was very, very, I mean, there was a very minimal sill. And the casings are standard brick molding is 2 1/4. They look to me like these are now less than 2 1/4. But the rendering shows these as a very distinctive and a strong molding. And I was just concerned that those moldings just aren't as strong as they're going to look like new construction with a less molding than we're used to. Can you when you respond to that? And I think if you look at your rendering, it kind of shows what what I thought you were going to bring, and what you brought, I don't think kind of holds up to that.
I can actually see that a little bit. The renderings are accurate, and not only this rendering, but Tim has drawn details. There is a shortage of materials right now, and my vendor absolutely could not find a sample or procure a sample of what we were using. We provided the sample we did because we wanted to show that we were actually using wood with a aluminum clad, like what's approved by the commission. So we brought the only sample that we have, but it is not the exact window that's going to be used, but because of material shortage, it just cannot be located right now.
Do you have a section in your plans that kind of show what those dimensions are going to be for the windows? And if not, when the motion comes around, I think we're going to ask you to be able to provide that to staff with some specific dimensions that they need to meet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like
If you-
Tim would have that in one of our like section call outs.
You just kind of went by it. There was, I think it was 156 or no, keep going. One more. There it is. Down. Yeah, these show the typical details for both the wood, the siding condition, and then the brick mold condition.
And
And then the section.
do they give us dimensions for those pieces?
Yeah, if you can zoom in, I don't know if you can zoom into those or not. Yeah, I can find it on mine.
Well, if I can find them in the book, I can use a magnifying glass and see them.
Yeah, I have 3 inches for the brick mold, and then for the siding one, 3.5 inches.
So what
Around
is
the
the
whole
brick
perimeter.
mold? What did you say the brick mold was?
3 inches.
Okay, good. And the sill?
Yeah. The sill is a roll lock, and then the sill is integral to the window assembly, so it's right on the roll lock and the.
Okay. Yeah, I see it on the pad. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so my second question is the garage doors. Would you show the elevation for what we saw on the screen? You couldn't really see what the garage doors look like. So do you have that same drawing for the garage doors, or is there, so several of the issues that are concerns are when you use a vinyl door, it doesn't have the crisp, sharp lines and the shadow lines of what you'd expect out of a wood door. So is there anything that kind of gives us the comfort level that these doors are going to have the details that we would expect from a wood door?
Yeah, it's actually, and this one's actually a metal clad door, so it's a kind of a upgrade from a vinyl. If you look at the center, I don't know if you can zoom into it's the sheet, second from the left at the bottom. That kind of shows the different pieces. So each one of these in this metal door, each one of the little pieces that is supposed to be wood, it's actually a piece. It actually has a relief to it. So it's not just like a flat, simulated thing. It actually has like a relief to each little piece in the door. It's basically just like a wood door, but just done in the metal. I don't know if you can zoom in on that at all in your slides.
It's hard to see it from what we're looking at, but I'll have to take your word on it, and I'll just put it as a note for staff to kind of approve.
Yeah.
What are the
You kind of
garage?
see some of the shadow lines on that picture. I don't know if that helps or not. So.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is that from what we're seeing on the screen, at least, it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. Yeah.
The retaining walls, probably some other commissioners can talk toward the retaining walls and the brick, but you know that my biggest energy is about the Therman connection. So I love what you did with that's exactly what I think we were looking for the entrance through the hedge. But I think what you don't show is, and I think you referred to maybe a grass path, but if there's grass in the lawns, then there's really no path that kind of distinguishes a pathway to it. I think you do have a path, is that correct, from the outside of the hedge to the street? You do have some kind of paver there.
Correct. It'd be like we were thinking either like a gravel type, pea gravel, that would come kind of from the street to those openings, and then it would transition into more of like a grass path. Mainly just because, that's, yeah.
So my concern is this: if you don't put something that's not permanent, like some kind of paver or concrete or something that's more substantial, then it'll be very easy for those openings to grow over and it not to be respected over time. So would you be willing to do something a little more substantial than gravel and put a definite path into the houses?
Yeah, I think we could. I think we'd probably want to keep something that's more like a paver that allows some of the natural material to come through, because we're worried a little bit about, if we put like foundation type stuff, that's why we didn't want to do any gates, because then it would, I put a footing, and then that kind of really starts to blow up the hedge. So yeah, maybe something where maybe there was like little stone pieces or something like that that would allow some grass to grow through them, but still kind of define the path. We could, if that's, we could add that as a note or something like that to.
So would that connect directly to the buildings themselves?
It could, yeah. Yeah, we could actually have them kind of connect to the, there might be like a little area out there in front of it that we could do, but, every unit's probably going to end up having their own little, everyone kind of customizes their front yard. So, but yeah.
Okay, so pavers connecting through the hedge from the curb to the building's entry.
Yeah. Something that would be like, allow some natural grass to come through it, to allow for the hedge to be maintained. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
David, anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Murin, anything you'd like to add? Any questions?
No, I think Damon brought up any questions that I had with everything, especially with the hedges. So.
All right. Commissioner Bonaparte?
No, I actually think they addressed everything that we raised on last month. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pause for one more second for any other questions. And now we're closed for deliberations.
So I don't know if there's any, may I? I'm ready for a motion. If I'd be happy to start one, and then people can kind of add on to whatever I've left out. Is that okay?
We're happy for you to start one too.
So I think this has come quite a long way. I think they've met a lot of our concerns, and I'm finally my concerns about Thurman are taken care of. So anyway, I'd like to move to approve this application as submitted with the one change, or one thing for staff to approve, and that is that there be pavers. There be 5 connections from the Thurman curb through the hedge that's there to the entrances of the building facing Thurman. That path needs to be some material of paver that could be set on a sand base and allow space for grass or whatever to go through around them. Does anybody have anything else I need to add?
Just a question. When you say paver, are you also allowing the option of natural rock, or?
No, I think staff to approve whatever our guidelines would be. I'd prefer to see like a brick paver, something that's a traditional material. Definitely not a concrete paver. It could be flagstone if they choose to use a flat stone of some type, but some kind of natural material or traditional brick material.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments? Would anyone like to second the motion?
Second.
All right, seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Discussion on the motion. Any other comments, tweaks, adjustments?
TJ?
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Hedman, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my remote hand has been hanging out here. I actually have a point of discussion before we go to the motion. I was wondering if Commissioner Rumson and Commissioner Goodwin could speak to the specifications for Miratech sills, Miratech soffits, and fiber cement brick molds. I don't have enough expertise or experience to speak to those, and I want to make sure we're comfortable with those 3 specifications.
So would you repeat those specifications that you're referring to?
Miratech window sills, Miratech soffits, and fiber cement brick mold.
So I was neglecting to even ask what material. Miratech is the plastic, is that right? Is it?
It's not. It's not.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
wood
I'm sorry.
composite, but it does
Yeah.
have a laminate surface, and so I just need you guys to talk to me. I mean, we're looking at some dark color ranges, and my question is primarily aimed towards potential expansion and contraction.
Yeah, the Meritech, we've used Meritech, I'm sorry. We've used it instead of the plastic because it doesn't expand and contract as much as the plastic. So, Phil, do you have any experience with Meritech? I have minimal, but have had good experience with it.
Unfortunately, I have minimal experience as well. We are using it on a project right now, so I don't have a long track record with it. But based on the research that we've done, we think that it's a permanent product that will last a very long time and will avoid the shrink swell, as you mentioned earlier. So,
Jessica, does that answer your concern about the Meritech, at least with our limited experience?
Yeah, I actually think I feel fine about it. I just wanted to make sure I asked. I know in the past we've sometimes approved Meritech for skirt boards when we're close to grade situations too. So it's not unprecedented. I just wanted to make sure we talked about it before we went to voting. Thank you.
All right. All right, any other discussion on the motion before we vote?
Jeff has one question. Sorry to interrupt, but Damon, were you still concerned with any sort of staff review of garages? Garage doors.
From what I can tell, I really don't know what the picture looks like enough to know, but from what his description was, I would, you know what, I'd like to amend that and ask staff to just review the garage doors, that they match our guidelines, and if there's any question for them to specifically come back to us. Is that okay, Phil, with you?
yes.
Okay. Commissioner Goodwin accepts the friendly amendment. All right, any other discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lindberger,
No.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murrin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 9-1 approved. Thank you.
Commissioner Henningsen, this is Jessica Hyman. I need to recuse from the next application.
Roger. Let the record show that Commissioner Hinman is recusing. Thanks, Jess.
All right, our next item is number 7, is the 716 East Kingston Avenue was continued for window changes at the April 14th, 2021 meeting. Kurt, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Have you been sworn in?
Not since last month.
All right, let's go ahead and handle that for you.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thanks.
All right. So, ready for me? Are you there?
Sorry, if you could just state your name and your address for the tape record, and then let me know where you want to go in the presentation.
I'm on my phone, so I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm Kurt Lufkamp. I live at 809 East Worthington Avenue.
All right, and feel free to continue.
Okay. So there was, I think, 3 things that came out of last month's meeting. repairing and keeping the one original window that is in the kitchen area, which we will be doing. We would like to still add a new window on that elevation side of the house, which would be part of the kitchen, new kitchen work. And then we also wanted to, you guys wanted to see some spacing and some dimensions. So if you look at the elevation that we have presented this year or this time, you'll see at the top one, the original window there to the left, the little tiny window is in the middle there. And then at the bottom, you'll see that one window will stay the same on the left. And we would like to delete the non-original window and then add a new JELD-WEN sightline window to match the original window. The house has been fairly modified, so it's a tough situation as far as how the windows have been modified. The house used to have cedar shake siding. That's been replaced with a 3/4 inch, 10-inch lap siding. And as a result of that, they have kind of mucked up the windows a little bit. The windows have been retrofitted with an aluminum weather strip piece. So at this point, when you lower, if you could lower the upper sash, it would actually come out of the window because the exterior stop has been removed on the window. I don't know if you can see that on the little close up there that's to the right middle of those elevations. In addition, they have stripped all the original trim off the windows and replaced it with a 2-ply situation to build it out and make it a little thicker. And then they put in what we believe, we can't measure it all the way to the back, but we believe it's a 1x2 band, back band that goes around the left, top, and right side of the window. And then they've also extended the sill out at the bottom, and they removed and cut off the sill horns, which would have normally been there. So what we will do is order the JELD-WEN window with the proper thickness on the sill and just with flat casing on the left, top, and right sides. And then we will add the back band in the field, and we will add the piece that extends out the sill, and we'll end up cutting the sill horns off the new window as well, so that it matches everything that's already been modified and already been changed previously. All the windows in the house have been done this way. So at this point, I guess we're stuck going back with a window that isn't really original at all, as far as the trim and the casing. But we will make it look like the rest of the windows in the house. And then spacing wise, you can see that that new window will be spaced at the same height, same header height. We think there's good space there between the rear addition sunroom windows that you see on the elevations. Those windows don't match anything on the house actually, but we will be matching the original windows as best we can. And the original window, we will probably have to modify a little bit to make it work again. We may have to add a stop back so that the upper sash can actually lower down without falling out. I think that's about it. I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. The elevations are certainly stronger this time, and we should have had them last time. So, do you have any questions?
Cindy, has anyone signed up to speak for or against this
Nope.
application?
And we have no callers on the line.
No one's on the line?
Nope, no one's on the line and no one signed up.
All right, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Lefkamp? Commissioner Walsh?
Hey, this is Damon. Only one question, and that is you're going to fill that old window, and you may have said this, I just want to make sure I understand. You're going to fill where you're taking the old window, that small window out with siding similar to what's there. Is that correct? And how are you going to patch it in so that it doesn't look like just a patch?
Yeah, so we will actually run new siding between the original window we're saving and the new window that's part of the kitchen.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Any seams or anything, it'll be all seamless.
And it'll be siding to match what's there?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. And it's just a comment to you. I understand how you're trying to make it look, and as a contractor, that's what I would try to do to make the window look like the other windows. It's just a shame that you're having to butcher or the detail that we would normally want in order to make it look like what's there. So, but we can talk about that in closed session. Thank you.
I think that's a tough one. It's been butchered so much that we have to go back with the way it is now. So.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberations.
I have a question. So when I look at this detail, I mean, it may have been something I did when I first started in this business when I was in my 20s and didn't know better. And it's really a shame that I initially I thought we need to match the existing, but you know, this is a historic detail and it's maybe worth making the statement that this should go back the way it was originally would have been done when it was built, and let that be an example for any future owners that might want to put it back to be an example of doing that. You know, I don't know if that's a wasted effort, but it did go through my mind and it doesn't need a lot of conversation, but I'm willing to go either way.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
This is really just a question to, I guess, the contractors and architect. Does it matter the distance of the replacement window, the distance from the other windows? Should the window it's supposed to be matching, does it need to be the same distance on either side from the exterior windows? I know I'm not explaining this very well, but I was just looking at the space in between the new window on the right side and then the existing window on the left side. Just wondering if it matters at all.
Commissioner Lineberger.
I believe when this was presented last month, that the design is a kitchen design and the windows are very specific to a symmetry that they've created in that kitchen elevation on the interior. So that was my understanding of the distance and the reason for it.
Okay.
And I'd like to add something else is that the exterior of this house is not a very strong symmetrical placement of the windows. And therefore, if this was something that had a regular rhythm for windows, that would be a very important thing to kind of consider. But given the interior situation and the randomness of the location of the windows on the elevation, I think it would be an acceptable thing also.
Okay, thank you guys.
Any other questions or comments or discussions?
I just wanted to weigh in a little bit on what Damon just made a comment on, and I'm really fascinated with the fact that they were changed and altered and they aren't true. And agree with him that it seems a shame to take a perfectly good, correct window detail and then alter it and modify it to be not in keeping with what the house originally was. So I struggle a little bit with this because from designing kitchens or just interior spaces, having two separate windows that have a symmetry in the interior space and one being old, I was already struggling with it, one being old and one being new, but I knew that was our guideline to keep the original window. But given the fact that they are needing to alter a new window to be non-historic or not keeping with the original detail, I don't know if we need to just consider allowing them their original request, which was to replace the original window with two new windows. That was the original request. I don't know. I'm just curious what everyone else thinks.
I mean, I'm kind of thinking about, Damon, what you said about butchering the new window versus putting it in to represent what should have been there historically. But it's one window, minimally visible from the street. Is it really going to have that? Is it really going to be a catalyst for change sometime in the future? And I don't know. Is it gonna look worse because it's just one window? It doesn't matter. You can't really see it. I don't know. They're just some of the things that are going through my mind.
Jessica or Chris, do you have any feelings about that? You're both architects. Do you think, I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. It's a little detail and we have a lot to look at, but do you have any strong feelings? If not, I think we should move on from it.
I think it matters less from the outside. It matters more from the inside. You know, I think the exterior detail should match, you know, the trim and sill. Other than that, I don't know that you're going to be able to tell the difference since they are pretty far apart.
I think I'm hearing Mr. Rumsch, you're thinking about a motion.
So I'm really comfortable with what's presented. I think they've done what we've asked them to do, and they're replacing what is there with what's new with what's there now. So I move to approve this application as submitted.
Is anyone willing to second?
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin has seconded, though I think that there was a couple others that wanted to do it. Get you next time. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 9-0 approved. And let the record show that I, Commissioner Henningsen, have to recuse for the next one.
Let the record show that Commissioner Heineman is back in the meeting and taking over for Commissioner Henningsen.
All right, the next item is 1541 Wickford Place. This is also a continuance from the last meeting on April 14th, 2021 for an addition. Believe, Alan, are you there?
I'm here, Alan Brooks.
Is Brandon with you as well?
I don't think he'll be able to.
Okay,
Today.
and what about Amy or Doug? Are either of them speaking?
Hey, I'm Amy here.
I'm here. Doug is here.
Okay, great. Have you all been sworn in?
I am not.
Okay, Jessica, if we could handle that real quick.
Sure. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I am actually going to go ahead and just turn it over to Alan, Doug, and Amy to present. If any of you speak, if you could just go ahead and state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. Thank you.
Yes, Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte. And if I'm addressing from the last meeting, there were 4 findings of fact responding to the last month's agenda, and one of which was windows. The window locations that will remain in the proposed have missing. There are 2 bottom sashes, if you'll go to the sheet that depicts the windows, that sheet 302 slide, there the windows D and F and C have broken bottom sashes, and there are not replacements for those because the windows in the rear that are the same type is full decay. So they would have to be rebuilt, the sash, and then therefore all the other windows that would be used in the renovation would remain and be refurbished with bottom sash. Point number 3. So the point number 2, finding of fact, would be the study of the right elevation about the greater depth perception. And if you go to the that elevation, yes. Looking at the revised proposed right elevation for this month's May, what the concept of the building that I think that the commission found pleasing was the depth. This identification of the depth of the existing house is the same on the rear, but on this elevation, the buildings are stepped back, and they respond to points on the site. And the issue here was the depth perception between the original house and the upper portion of the addition. You can see that there is more roof line, and that was accomplished by extending the roof line and giving it greater pitch that matched the house rather than the shallower pitch. So there's the greater depth perception, as you can see from the April edition. And if you will go to the site plan to address this issue, looking at the proposed addition there, you can see the original house in its alignment that we can't change, and the rear addition is offset, but it touches the point and at the side yard setback. So that wasn't something we could change. And then also it relates to the roof line that's inset, the 2 feet. That couldn't change. So there were factors that really couldn't change. So if we keep on the points of on the elevations, the left elevation, if we can look at that, from the previous elevation revised in April, you can see that the rear addition on the upper level was cut off, and you can see the May that the elevation is extended. To repeat that, double hip on the upper portion, so it completes the form. And also you'll note on the May proposed that the windows in the upper section that are paired smaller windows are centered. We adjusted the interior plan to accommodate that. And if you will go to the, again, the site plan, you can see if you're looking back in that corner where it was extended, that it does exceed the rear setback. So the roof line was extended, but it would protrude into the setback if it were anything other than roof. So if you will, go to the rear elevation, that would depict the third point. The fourth point, where the revised proposed rear addition has the double columns rather than the single, to add more support visually. And you can also see the completion of the roof form of the side gable roof. And I think that looks really good in terms of also completing that element. So I think that addresses the points that was mentioned at the meeting. I don't know if Amy has anything to add.
No, I think that covers it.
All right, thank you. Jessica, we don't have any speakers signed up and there are no callers on the line.
Oh, great. Thank you. Commissioners, Jim or Phil, do you guys want to start us off on this one?
Well, as this Phil Goodwin, as mentioned in the last meeting, I applaud the owners and the applicants for saving this home. And I see no issues. I feel that all of the issues that we raised at the last meeting have been addressed. So I'll wait for input from any other commissioners.
My only comments were, I don't remember how we reacted to the 3 trees being removed. In standing in that backyard, there's so much stuff in those trees, a lot of vines and things like that hanging down. You can't really tell what the condition of the trees are, but they don't all look to be totally in bad shape. So I'd need to have some justification from a tree expert to say
The
that.
3, sorry, this is Amy. The 3 trees that were addressed, we have the letter from the arborist. We had him go out there and make sure that they were in respect of the commission to make sure.
We don't have that letter.
It should be in the file, but I can get that over to you if not.
Okay, we would absolutely need that.
Of course.
So staff can also, if the arborist letter, if it's a certified arborist letter that does say that they're dead, diseased, or dying, staff can do that on their own. If it's not, then that's something we can always bring back.
Right. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Jessica, this is Damon. I don't know if you can see me.
I cannot, but go ahead, Damon.
Oh, thank you. I have a concern to begin with, the left elevation, the double window that's underneath that shed dormer or the shed roof is not centered, and I know that on the right, on the left elevation, that was taken care of and centered. On the right elevation, it was left off-centered. So are we still open? So could you respond to was that overlooked, or was that approved last time? I don't see anything that said that was approved.
we're still an open,
Yes.
correct? This is Alan.
Yes, we're
Um, yeah, there was, I don't remember there being any comments on that particular because the windows, in fact, are centered on the gable, but
Well, on the right, let's see, on the left side elevation, in your April presentation, it had the double windows under that little flat roof between the two gable ends.
Yes.
That was off-centered, and in this application, in this application, you've moved them centered under that flat roof. But you've
Right,
not
on
done,
the
and you've not done that on the right elevation, which is the same situation, just on the other side.
Yes, there was no mention in the last meeting, but I'm thinking we could accommodate that with adjustment of the plan.
Okay. And then, so the only other, you're on your left elevation, you did extend the roof on the left side so that the bottom of the gable end, match the right side. But it kind of hangs over. That's what is it? That's more than 4 feet overhang, isn't it? Do you know what that overhang is?
It's somewhere about 3 in one direction and maybe over 4 in the other.
And that just isn't, and I understand that you can't bring something solid down because you're going to be in your setback.
Correct.
But that's just a awkward detail for that much roof to be overhanging open space. So is there anything, I mean, I don't think a bracket would work there because it's just not typical to this style house. But is there any other?
I tried that actually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I tried putting the column there and a bracket, and it just seemed not to fit with the simplicity of the design. There have been, if walking, just my experience in the neighborhood, there have been overhangs that appear on buildings that are extended, and but I find it very pleasing in terms of what it does on the side elevation and the rear elevation, and it can be supported as a truss frame, and it's only roof load and not interior floor load.
Okay, I just wanted to hear what you thank you, Alan.
Okay.
Commissioner Barth, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Can we go to, let's see, well, this elevation is good. So the addition, the lower main floor part of the addition, before you get to the back porch, you have a roof there. I can't read what the roof slope is. It's a roof going over just the single story part. But you seem to have a differing slope on the other part of that roof. Can I ask
yes,
for the reason why?
Well, it matches the elevation on the left with a pitch, and it doesn't have the same pitch, but it could have the same pitch in to the side as it does in the rear. But it was just my architectural preference that it would match the angle of the front roof for composition purposes.
Okay, yeah, I'm just, and I apologize, I wasn't here in the last meeting, so I'm playing a little bit of catch up. But I'm just concerned three-dimensionally how that geometry might look. So I, wanted to see if you'd be open to matching those two pitches.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I think when it was the roof extended, before it was extended, it made more of a difference. But now that the roof is extended, the upper roof, the body of the building takes on more of a presence, and that becomes less dependent on that. So I feel very comfortable with just changing the pitch there back, so it is with the same with the on both sides.
The adjacent
Yes.
slope. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Does anybody, do any of the other commissioners have comments? I can't see the room. Otherwise, I have some.
Yeah.
Okay. My question actually has to do, we are on the slide that I need. It is slide 312. This is the slide with the open corner where we've completed the geometry on the roof. And Alan, I think the solution for you is that there's an allowance in the Charlotte City Ordinance that will let you, put a wall there as long as it's unheated space. It's 12.106 number 3, and it allows you to build into the rear yard for various reasons. And one of them would be, utility or storage extensions. So I think we could probably balance this out and fix this whole problem if you wanted to stick in, an outdoor storage closet for that porch, if you're willing to consider that. So that's my first question. And then I have one after this.
Okay. Well, in responding to that directly, if this is the bedroom, and the windows that face the rear are the egress windows for that habitable bedroom space. If you go to the rear elevation. It could be, I guess the windows could slide over. I'm just not sure that the windows be sort of jammed in the corner visually.
Can you use the side for the egress windows?
Well, then the room, just because of the compactness of the plan, there's like a bed wall, and that left-hand side was the bed wall. Yeah, the left elevation would be the bed wall side, and putting the windows there would be problematic in that sense, and it's more gracious to look into the backyard with the larger windows as opposed to the side.
My second question has to do with the rear elevation. I think if I'm understanding this correctly, in the May rear elevation, and this is slide 312, the paired windows on the right side are the egress windows for the bedroom, and the door that is adjacent to them is a door in the bedroom. And I'm wondering about the difference in the head heights of those.
There is the in the plan. There's a step down for the floor level because the ceilings are only like 8 feet, and so there's an opportunity to step down and essentially to be on grade for the or at least appear such that it would be on near on grade at the rear level patio. And so that's the windows on this elevation continue to be on that plane, but then as it approaches the rear, then the change of the headers would be accommodating the windows versus the door headers at the rear.
Okay, so Cindy, can you go back to the rear elevation? I'm on slide 311 here, which is the rear elevation. And if I'm on the main level of the house, coming from the right to the left, the paired windows are egress windows in the master bedroom. And the single light door next to them is a door from the master bedroom to the patio. And then the paired one single light doors with the side lights are the doors from the main living space. And then the next door over is the single light doors into a mudroom. And what I'm not able to follow is what is the head height of these master bedroom windows and what is the height of those doors? Because the difference in the heights is so dramatic.
Well, there's 10-foot tall ceilings, so these would be taller, and the door heights are 7 feet. And,
what's the window head height in the bedroom then?
I think they would be, I don't have that figure in front of me exactly, but they would be somewhere near 9 feet or yes, somewhere 9 feet. But they the heads align. The heads align with the left elevation side.
With the 8-foot historic portion of the house. Now I'm understanding
Yes.
that the finished floor steps down, but the head heights
Yes.
are retained for all of the windows, but the door head heights also step down with the finished floor.
Correct.
I think we definitely need to resolve this open corner in the roof somehow. And I think my other comment would be if we have the door from the master bedroom out to the back patio, you've already met the second means of egress. So there's got to be a way for this to be a both and situation where we can fix it and it can still be wonderful for the property owner.
Okay.
So I think it's a both and situation. I don't think it's an either or, but I think it's something we need to figure out is how to not leave that open corner on the roof, and that's going to tie into that complexity of form guideline that I'll find the reference for once I can move some of these papers. The only other question I have is on the accessory building. Cindy, can you go to that? And I guess it ties into the dormers too. Can you talk to me about the heads and jambs and sills on the stucco areas of the project?
There would be boxed eaves, so the stucco would run up to the wood trim at the eave. And it would be in the nature of a brick mold with the stucco to match the house, which has the brick mold in the for the masonry.
And then would you have direct returns at the head and jambs, or would you use shaping in the stucco to create dimension there?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring.
If the stucco just turns and returns into the window at the head and the jambs, or if there is a shape in the stucco that mimics the dimensions of a window trim or a door trim for a header and for a side jamb. You know what I mean? When they shape the stucco?
Yes.
Like flat stock? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd just be shaped.
Which, on one hand, I was like, okay, this is interesting. Like, if city is doing it.
Okay, cool. I think we just need to, in the accessory building drawings, and then Candace, if you can just go back to the rear elevation or a side elevation somewhere in the neighborhood of 311, 312. I think we just need to see what's happening with the stucco, you know, in between and around these windows. That's all for me. Are there any other commissioners? Chris Barth, you have your hand up.
If I may, if I may, I could perhaps resolve the rear elevation since there are a dispersal of windows and with the door being egress, we could use one double hung large window and accommodate the filling in of the wall there with a closed storage room, which would be convenient for the use of the patio. So if that could be worked with staff, that would accommodate those two means.
Well, Ellen, you make a really good point because it is the rear elevation. And so I'm glad you said that. We'll definitely talk about that in deliberation. Are there any other commissioners that have anything else while we're open for questions?
Nobody here.
Cindy does. Okay, thank you. Let's move into deliberation then.
Jessica, would you
Does anybody have any?
This is Damon. Jessica, I didn't quite understand what the stucco issue you were talking about with windows. I didn't see any windows on in the outbuilding, the garage or shed. So would you just explain that? I just didn't understand.
Sure. I would say the question on the garage is for the surround at the garage door and the surround at the pedestrian door on the side. And Cindy, if you can go back to 311, the rear elevation, and this would be true for the side elevations too, but how the stucco is being handled around and in between all of these windows.
Okay. So your concern is between the windows on the dormer, is that stucco between the casings or brick mold, and he said there was brick mold with stucco in between them. Is that right?
Yes, and that there was a dimension to the stucco. In common language, and when we're talking about it with clients, we just call it shapes, but it appears to be flat stock trim, but it's actually stucco, right? It's the stucco changes its shape and dimension to appear to frame the window.
So the stucco is going to be proud of the trim or of the window. That's the concern. Is that right? That the stucco is proud of the window trim?
The question is not that there's window trim, because I know that would be a building science disaster. We're dealing with that on a project right now where we're trying to meet stucco and wood trim, right? The question is the stucco shaped in such a way to appear to frame the windows in the historic manner? Because it can either just be a direct return, so it appears to have no trim and it's just the window in the field of stucco and the stucco has no dimension, or the stucco can be built out in a manner that looks like window trim but is actually stucco.
So we need a detail to say what it is.
Exactly. And
Okay.
we just need a head jam and sill detail in the stucco fields is my only concern.
Okay.
And I think Alan made a great point that this issue with filling in the corner and the allowance in the city ordinance to do that in the setback is something that happens on the backside of the house and around where we can't see it. So
Right.
Maybe that's something that we do send to staff.
Okay.
Does anybody else have anything up for discussion? And I should point out, since I'm taking over for PJ here, I am not permitted to craft a motion, so I'm going to have to lean on one of you guys for this.
Well, I've taken notes. If you want me to read through the notes, and then either I or someone can make a motion toward it.
That sounds great. Go.
Okay. So the right elevation, the double dormer needs to be centered under the shed roof there. On the shed roof. The left elevation, and also concerned with the rear elevation, the overhang of of that roof in the open space. And on the left elevation, it's the left side. Needs to be filled in with either a, a storage building or a wall with a column at the end of it, or something that supports, that gives support to the weight of that that end of the roof. Jim mentioned about a letter for an arborist letter for the trees. There are 3 trees in the backyard, and staff could approve that them with an arborist letter. Match the, now I kind of got lost on this one, Chris, but what I have is match the 2 roof pitches on both sides is what I have. Probably I need to be a little more specific. I kind of missed what you were shooting for, but he understood. But
the lower level addition, the ridge of the roof encompassing that lower level addition to the left-hand side on the left elevation, it was requested that those 2 roof slopes match each other.
so the left elevation, the lower level roof ridge should match the other
The 2, just I don't know how to say this. It's complicated.
Chris, I'm going to try for you really quick. This is Jessica. I think what we're referring to, if Cindy can circle it on slide 312, is the darker line weight brick has a hip beam here in the corner. So it's the only roof on the house that actually has a hip configuration, and you want both sides of that hip to have matching slopes.
So this is both on the rear. This is the rear side of that left elevation, the upper and the lower, or the one facing at the left elevation and the one to the rear of the house.
Yeah, the
It's hard
one-story component.
Above window B, on the darker hatched brick, the roof geometry above window B on the left of that addition, on the lower floor.
This roof slope to match that. roof.
Oh, okay, okay, I got it. Thank you. So the yeah, how do you say that? So the hip roof should match the gable roof on the left.
Damon, let me just suggest, actually, I don't know that it's the hip has to match the gable. It's that the 2 hip roofs have to match each other. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, 2 hips match each other.
The 2 slopes of the hip roof on the addition should match.
Okay, the pitch.
Yes.
Pitch of 2 hips match each other. Okay. So the rear elevation, the window height and the door height needs to be resolved. And Jessica, are you looking for some kind of architectural way for the door to kind of have a detail that raises it? Or are you looking for the windows to come?
Damon, I think that this resolves itself with filling in that open corner. So I don't think we need to say anything about it.
Okay. And I got the next, so I'll read this again. I think I've got it down to 1, 2, 3, 4 items. Right elevation, center dormer window under shed roof. Left elevation, resolve the open overhang of the left side of the roof with either a wall and column or some kind of building room element. The 3 tree arborist letters that we need for the removal of the rear yard trees, and the pitches of the 2 hip roofs to match each other. Does that say it?
Damon, I think the only thing you need to add is whether you're approving with conditions or whether you're continuing.
Okay, well, I wasn't, okay. And so so the centering is easy to do. So the only thing that really needs is the stucco. There's a stucco detail and a stucco detail. Staff, do you feel like you can approve this from a continue for staff to approve those items? Or it seems to me that the overhang needs to come back and maybe the stucco detail should come back. The other stuff I think you could handle. Is that, or do you feel like you're comfortable with all of it?
It's completely up to you guys which way you would like to go. If you'd like to see this back, then that's completely up to you guys. Otherwise, it won't necessarily be me that's actually writing this letter. So as long as you're very clear in what your conditions are for the approval, that's fine as well. Or if you'd like to continue it and see it back.
I think the only thing that I think needs to come back is the overhang on the roof. What do you think, Jessica?
I'm going to follow your lead on this, Damon.
Okay.
And staff's answer to if you're bringing one piece back, you might as well
Bring it off.
You can take a look at
Yeah,
it all.
okay. So I mean, I think I'm going to continue. I'd like to move to continue this application for the 5 following items. For the dormer window, on the right elevation, for the dormer window to center under the shed roof. On the left elevation, for the roof that overhangs unsupported area, for a new design to supply support under it. For an arborist letter for the removal of the 3 trees in the backyard. For the pitch of the 2 hip roofs to match each other on the left I think that was the left elevation. And for a stucco detail at the fenestrations, both on the dormers on the main house and the fenestrations on the garage.
Second.
Was that seconded by Jim Hayden?
It was.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Rumsch and a second by Commissioner Hayden. Is there any discussion of the motion?
Jessica, this is staff. It's Cindy. I just like to make a caveat that it's a certified arborist letter to staff to review for dead, disease, dying. Otherwise, the trees will need to come
Yes,
back.
I'll add that.
Thank you very much, Cindy. So we'll add that the letter, it needs to be a certified arborist letter for staff's review. Any other discussion of the motion?
I have a quick question. Do we need to add anything about the windows?
But
No,
tell me specifically.
we requested just the window conditions.
Oh.
Which they provided, but we didn't discuss the windows at all.
Screw it. I mean,
This
generally
is Jessica. I mean, I feel like we threw it over to HDC staff inspection, and I am assuming that happened. Cindy, can you speak to that?
I don't know that staff has personally inspected these. We just took the photos at face value. I don't believe anyone has actually gone out and done that.
Chris, I think you're right. We definitely need to address this.
Go
ahead, Damon.
So what we've seen, I mean, it was pretty general as to what we saw, and from the pictures, it's hard to tell whether these windows can be repaired, but if there are sashes that need to be rebuilt, that's something that can happen fairly easily. It's usually when the whole window sill is rotten that we start looking at replacing a window. It may be worth it either for staff to go out and inspect them and come back with a report along with since this is a continuance, or for there to be some undisputable evidence that these windows need to be replaced, which I don't think I've seen.
So Jessica, this is Cindy. I don't know that staff has ever done inspections for window replacements when you guys have actually done, window reviews for other projects that have come to the commission. I think it's generally on the applicant to provide proof that these windows are irreparable. But staff is more than willing to do that. I just don't know if it's been the standard procedure before now.
So So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the current application is suggesting that all of the windows that we asked to be restored or repaired, they are showing as restored or repaired. I don't think they're asking for replacements right now.
So
They all
there
say
is,
refurbish or rebuild, right?
yes, that's what I'm seeing. There may be a few on the back that say decay or full decay that are essentially going to get replaced. Do we want to open it back up and check with Alan?
Well, that's actually where the addition is. So I think those are a moot point, the ones on the back. So I think as the current application stands, the applicant appears to have satisfied our requirement that the windows be restored or repaired. Their application currently says that they are restoring or repairing the windows. So if they come back and suggest a replacement window, I think we can ask for more evidence, but right now they're not requesting replacement windows.
So I don't need to add anything to the motion. Is that correct?
I don't know that we need to right now. Cindy, can we reference the slide for that? It is the one with all the photographs of the windows, and it actually calls out each window as being refurbished and rebuilt.
And Jessica, it may be easy just to
Slide
put in the
302.
motion that the windows are, we're assuming the windows are going to be repaired.
I think that's just how you leave it. And if there is a request for a replacement window in the future, we cross that bridge when we come to it. But I do think we do need to reference this slide, which is slide 302 in the current application, which suggests that the historic window openings that are to remain are all going to be refurbished and rebuilt.
So I'd like to add a last item to the motion, and that is that that all windows that are being that are remaining are to be repaired as shown on slide 302.
Thank you. I think that sounds great.
Good. Jim seconded that.
Okay, seconded by Jim Hayden. Is there anybody else who'd like to comment, or are we ready for a vote? Anyone in the room, Cindy, have their name up?
I think we're good.
Okay, so I'll do this as a roll call, and I'm just going to count on someone in the room to count since I can't see you there. Is that okay for me to lean on someone in the room to count, Cindy?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen is recused, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Mearn,
Yes.
and Commissioner Heineman, yes. So Cindy, can you read the count on that?
That's 9-0.
Okay,
Yes.
the motion passes 9-0. Let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is returning to the meeting and returning to the chair position.
All right, everybody, let's take a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay, I think we're ready to start. Our next case up is number 9, 705 East Kingston Avenue. And this is for an addition. And it looks like, Dominic, are you here?
Find my way to your page. There you go. I'm here.
All right. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
All right, Dom, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
All right, before we continue, Candace, I'm just going to check in with you. Are all of our commissioners on WebEx back?
They are.
Thank you. Okay, so Dominic, I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to you to present the addition for 705 East Kingston. If you could, please state your name and address for the tape
Sure.
record, please.
Yep. Dominic Christina, resident of Dilworth, 329 East Park Avenue.
Thank you. And just let me know where you'd like on the slides.
Let's start with, well, yeah, let's start, I guess, let's start with your general thing first, and then we'll go to my PDF. It might go quicker. So, yeah, there's a lot of information there. So we'll get that for a second. So the application is to add dormers to the upper roof lines, right and left sides for bedrooms and bathrooms. The dormers are not going to be visible from the street straight on. If you're at the unit on the sidewalk, you won't be able to see them. If you're in the curb, you won't be able to see them. If you're all the way across the street at the far sidewalk, you might catch a glimpse of them. The only way you can really see them is if you're 3 to 4 houses down to the right side. There is no visibility on the left side because of the trees, but you'll see that in the presentation. This property is a little unique. It has a 15-foot buffer between the sidewalk and the curb. So the thermal wall is a good 57 feet, I think, from the curb or somewhere close to that. And it's almost 100. So it's 90, the thermal wall is 93 feet from the opposing sidewalk. So, you know, kind of going by the old historical guidelines, you know, when you do an addition and somebody comes by and the property still looks the same like it did when it was originally built, as the 1920s, it'll look exactly like it did before, because you can't get the visibility on this property. One, because it's so tall, and one, because of the distance from the curb and everything else that goes along with that. There are actually 30 of these in the neighborhood, spread out. Majority of them are on Park Road, but there's even one next door to my house, we'll see in the slide presentation. In the historical Department of Interior, it's designated as a 2.5-story building, which is what it'll still be, a 2.5-story building at the end of the day. So there's no change in its nomenclature. It's just a question: are the dormers appropriate for what we want to do here? You want to go to I guess maybe Craig Isaac's drawings. Is that the best place to go? Start there. So these are the floor plans. So they're on the main floor. There's a single bedroom, kitchen, living room, bathroom. And then you actually take a staircase down into the basement, and there's bedroom, bathroom, either a den or another bedroom down in the basement per se. And then if you go upstairs on the next unit, they're all identical. And you would take the staircase up to get into the roof line. That's the part we want to add, is where there'll be a bedroom, a bathroom, and a closet up in the upstairs area. And kind of the idea is to take these from rental units to really a more like a home concept to sell as they're already zoned condo, and they were built as condos, but to be a condo. Now I think Craig's page 8 is the one we see the next slide, maybe. I'm not sure. Man, well, okay, this slide here if you could actually stand, 40 feet up in the air, that's the view you would have. And then if you go to the next slide, yeah, you really can't tell from there. That's the rear view. And then go to the next slide. Yeah, and that's the side view. So you can see the dormers, when you get to rhythm and things like that, I think they're pretty well organized with the windows below for the upstairs dormers. And if you get to the next slide, yeah, okay, and here you can actually see the sight distances. So if you look at the person that's kind of sketched in there and on the sidewalk in front of the building, that person can't see the dormers at all because of the height of it and the slope. And if you go back to the second line drawn back where you'd be standing in the curb, there's no person drawn there. No, not that slide. Stay in the same slide you're on. Go back, yeah, that one. So there's no person drawn there, but the second line that's in the street, so to speak, where the curb is, you still can't see the dormers. And then the person that's all the way across the street on the sidewalk, you might barely catch a glimpse of a dormer, and you'll see that in the slide presentation of what I'm going to show you. The only thing I think the architect has done wrong here is actually drawn lap siding on these dormers, and I think it should be cedar shakes, and I'll mention that too when I get to the presentation, why I think that should be that way. So let's go to that PDF. Hopefully got that, the one I prepared. Yeah, is that slide one? I don't think that's slide one, is it? This is actually, I think part of the application is, these are one of the units that are the 30 that are out there. This is one's on East Boulevard. And those two little dormers on the back doors, the little shingled roof areas to protect the doors. I think that's part of our application to add those to the rear doors, which I'll show you that when we get to that, I guess. Can you get up? Yeah, this one right here. Okay. So this unit is called the Waverly. If you go to, it's a 2.5 story unit. If you go to the next slide, yeah, it's right there, the Waverly. This is kind of interesting, but Waverly is a book written by Sir Walter Scott back in the 1800s. And it was actually a bestseller in the 1920s, like 1923, volume 7. And it's a book about a landlord. So I think this unit was actually built after that book or named after that book. Then you go to the next slide, please. Okay, so that's the actual unit. So, and this is if you're standing on the left one is center. If you're standing in the middle of the street on the left side, you can see because of the angle, you can't even see the chimney right now in that picture. And the dormer is below the height of the chimney and below the height of the existing roof line by 1 feet or 1 foot. If you go all the way across, in the right picture also shows that you're on the sidewalk standing all the way across. You can barely see the chimney above the center line. And you can see just a tiny portion of the roof between the right gable and the hip dorm, the hip in the middle. You can see like a little tiny hinge of that. So basically, there is no visibility of dormers anywhere from the front street view of this building. And if you go to the next slide, this is the right angle side view, and pretty much the same story. You can't see the dormers or where it'd be, and I'll show you why in a second. And then this is obviously the right side of the building next to the house next door to the right side. Next picture, please. Yeah. So this is also the same distance. This is further down the street now. You still won't be able to see the dormers there, and I'll show you why in a second. And then that's the opposing side of the driveway side. There, in the picture there, you can see 3 of the doors in the back, or the entry in the back basement. That's where we want to put that little roof line over the back, which I think could be administratively approved, but that's where we want to put a little roof line to protect those doors. And then if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, it's a full view of the back. And that's where we want to add the picture to the right with the little copper roof. That's where we want to add that little roof line over those doors to protect those. And then next slide, please. That's the back of the property. It has a four bay garage. Then also you can see to the far right, you can barely see the chimney to the right side and on the picture to the right. That is about where the dormer is going to begin, about where you see that chimney. So you still don't have visibility at that point. If you go to the next slide. And same thing, they're still showing that across the view. Can't really, you won't be able to see the dormer. The next slide, please. Yeah, okay, same thing. Street side, can't see it. Then if you're across the street on the corner even, you can't see the house because of the tree foliage. Then the next slide. Same thing, can't see anywhere. And the blue line, actually, in the right picture on the right, you can see that little blue arrow. That's where the dormer begins. It actually begins like 27 feet back from the thermal wall, and it's I think around 38 feet back from the front wall of the house. And then and that little blue thing up there on the top right, that's about where you might be able to see the dormer slightly. And then the next slide. Yeah, and that in the picture on the left is a little blue triangle that you might be able to see the dormer right there all the way across the street, maybe. And then the slot picture to the right, as you're basically across the street, 2-3 houses down, you might be able to catch a glimpse of it, but barely. And then go next slide, please. Same thing there, no visibility. Then if you go to next slide, yeah, that's 2 houses down. You have 0 visibility, and not from either side, left side or right side. One because of the foliage, and one because the other house blocks the roof line. Then the next slide, more of the same. You're not going to have visibility. Then the next slide. Yeah, enough of those. Yeah, you still can't see. That's different. All different views. You can't see the roof lines. Then the next slide. So this one here, there's actually, if you look at where the chimney is, there's actually a board on the roof. I had my guys put up there. That's actually where the dormer is, where it would start. So you can kind of, where the arrow's pointing down. So you can kind of see it's going to be hidden by the roof line for the most part. And then the other picture to the right, that's the rear view of the property, and that's the dormer on the house next door. And then the next picture, or next slide, sorry, that one there. So then you can see next door where they have a wooden chimney installed, prefab, I guess, with their dormer. And the only point of this is that their dormer is more visible than our dormer because it's kind of in your face when you look out the window of your house, of the building, when you're on the second floor. Whereas opposed to the people next door will have no visibility of these dormers because it's above their window sight line. These are the house. Then the next picture to the right is the house's caddy corner, which you can see their dormers from the street very easily. And then next slide, please. Yeah, there's an identical duplex on the same street about 6 houses down. And there's, like I said, there's 30 of these in the neighborhood, and they've all been modified dramatically. I think ours is the only one that hasn't been modified much. This one here, someone's enclosed all the porches on the lower section somehow, some way, and they made it they can see the brick where it's been changed, and they made thermal walls. They've added a dormer to the right side. You can see it where the blue arrow is drawn. Then if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, and there's the dormer from the distance you can see from the street. That's been added to it. And then next slide, please. And then this is the house directly across the street from this property, which the dormer is going to be more visible than the dormers that we were building, even though they're almost identical in the way they're being built in terms of the heavier parts in the middle with the right side projected for the bathroom on ours, but they're similar in the way they're going to appear. And next slide. Yeah, and so again, ours you're not gonna be able to see it unless you have to be at least 5 to 6 houses down the street to see it. Next slide, please. Same deal. So you can see on the picture to the right, I think that's 3 houses down across the street. You still barely catch a glimpse of it. That's it. The next slide. Yeah, I took this picture because that's about the majority of what you would see for these dormers. And any angle you're going to try to get to see what we're building or what we're adding to the structure. Just to give you an idea what you actually see at the end of the day. The next slide. Yeah, okay, and that's right there. That's the, you can see the board where the top of the roof line is going to be of the dormer. That is the strongest possibility of visibility anywhere on the street of Kingston, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5 or 6 houses down. That is the most visible spot and the only visible spot from the whole street view. If you're actually the neighbor standing next door, that's the picture to the right, that's their view if you're standing in their yard. You can't see the dormer at all. And the dormer will be where that small triple window is. That's where the dormer starts. That's over the bedroom. Next slide. This is just the National Historical Register. And I just kind of wrote it off to the side. It says Department of Interior National Register of Historic Places recognized the colonial style 2.5-story quadruplex, late 1920s, which are throughout the Dilworth Historical District. I guess in terms of context, like I said, there's 30 of these throughout the neighborhood, not just on that street. And then the next slide. Man, that's just it blown up. It says the colonial revival is generally a 2 or 2.5 stories in height, brick veneered, sheltered under a low pitch hip roof. And then at the bottom, it says there are about 30 of these throughout the district. And then next slide. So the bottom slide to the left, that's my house. And there's actually one of these next door to my house. And that second, this picture to the right on the second one, that's the one on the same street. The next slide, please. This is same building on East Boulevard that's also been heavily modified. But you can kind of see how similar, very similar to the one that we're talking about on Kingston that we have. Next one, please. This is the same unit. You can see, it's 2.5 story. They have the front, the side has the 1/2 story, and here they've added some kind of deck and stairway out the back. This is another one on 1712 Park Road to the right. Same concept, 2.5 story. Next slide. And these are also ones on Park Road or nearby where they've done additions out the back of them. Next slide. Yeah, so this just the one that previous slide, the one to the right, that's they've added to the rear addition on this one to create their units, I guess. Next slide. Same thing here. There's more of these on Park Road. Like I said, they've all been altered. So like, see the one to the right, you can see the coloration of the brick where somebody's enclosed those porches again. Next slide. Yeah, and then go ahead and go to the next slide. Same thing, basically. This is just showing them throughout the district where they've all been modified somewhere or other, closing off porches, adding to the backs or whatever. And then you see one where people make it screen porches out of them, or they put vinyl windows in, like the one to the right there in the next slide. Yeah, and where they've blown out the backs or enclosed the fronts and all that. But majority of them, and this one here's on East Boulevard, it's also near my house. They actually took off the middle dormer that was in the middle and then enclosed the front porches in glass. That's all the ones I could find. I think that's it, basically. But that's all the ones I could find that were similar to what these were described as the 30 that are in the district. But anyway, so at the end of the day, the request is for a door. And this is actually on Kingston Avenue. These are examples of dormers that have been approved on Kingston Avenue. And so you can see the one to the right, very heavily dormered, which is like basically 3 houses down. If you go to the next slide, these are dormers that are visible from the street on Kingston Avenue. Next slide, please. These are dormers and second story additions, I guess, that have been done on Kingston Avenue. Same deal, where they're all very heavily visible. It's a street of dormers. And all are very visible from the street, very noticeable, and obviously much more what do you say, egregious or whatever, or not.
Hey, Dom, you've done an
Heavier than
incredible
the
job
grass.
you've done an incredible job as usual of coming up with all the details and supporting evidence of how your dormer's not visible from the street and other examples. Great job. Do you mind if we open it up to see if there's anyone that wants to speak for or against?
Yeah,
So
no, go
before,
ahead, please.
before we do that, I think, Craig, are you on the line?
Yes.
Did you want to speak about this at all?
No, I'm fine. I think
Okay, great.
Dominic's covered stuff.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
So I did want to
Thanks.
point out that we did get public comment on this, that everyone should have that in their supplemental packet. Dominic and Craig, it's actually on the screen right now. It is also available in its entirety on the webpage linked through the agenda. Just as a reminder to the commission, it is without sworn testimony hearsay. And I don't believe we have anyone on the line calling in, and no one signed up for this.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, what questions do you have of Mr. Restaina? Mr. Rumsch.
Hey, Dominic. Stay.
Hey.
Hey.
Tammy.
On your right, I think you have one elevation, but they're both right and left are kind of represented in that side elevation that you have on the drawings. So would you turn to that? It's A6 on their drawings. And my question is this: the only thing that kind of poked out at me is the window heights of those the three windows in the dormers are kind of large given the other windows below it.
Yeah,
And,
I agree with that. Actually, I was noticing that today. I think they need to be like about 8 inches to a foot shorter.
Yeah, that's my only comment. I think the back roofs are very representative of what would be on this house, and the dormers, you can find similar dormers throughout the neighborhood, and they're not very visible in the street, and they're not big higher than the roof. And so it looks to me like, I don't have any problem with it as long as the windows get a little smaller. And
Yeah, I forgot to say this though. When we were looking through the other 30 historical units, I think they all had cedar shake siding on their dormers.
Oh, I was going to add that at your suggestion. So you're willing to make cedar shake siding on the dormers, make the windows smaller, and then of course all the material that you're using is going to match the existing building's materials, right?
That would be correct.
Good, thanks. Nice to see you or hear you.
Thank you. See you. And also, just as a side note too, because I was just reading that letter really quick about what they call it, a large dormer or whatever. But just so like the points we always hit, context, obviously, it's a 2.5-story building. It's designated as a 2.5-story building already in the historical registry. So I don't think that's really affected. The visibility is very low, no matter where you're looking at it. The size of massing, the dormers take up less than 5% of the building square footage. And the roof line, it takes up 11% for each dormer, or about 22% of the entire roof line. So it's actually pretty small in comparison to the existing roof line. And then I was actually going to fenestration. I was going to mention, I put my notes here, fenestration. I think the windows were a little too tall and should be shrunk down. And then the rhythm, I think, is perfect with the windows above it stacked like they are. There's no landscaping being affected in this. And the only thing, again, the cedar shake siding, should be there instead of lap siding.
Okay. Damon, any other questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hinman, and then Barth, and then Commissioner Walker.
Hey, Dominic, good to hear you again.
Good to see you.
Damon actually covered most of my questions, so I will keep it brief. My one question is, in the component of the dormer that is the smaller blank wall that appears to be the closet,
it is.
Would you consider putting a small window in there just so it's a dormer with a window?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we had originally had a window and it was identical to the one to the right, but to reduce the massing, we dropped the ceiling height down there to 7 feet so that it was lower on the, so you couldn't see it from the roof street view. And so if we could squeeze one in there, I'd love it. Maybe Craig should answer that about trying to squeeze one in there. It could be a double hung, I don't think.
Matching, somebody on the call maybe.
I don't think it would need to be a double hung. I'll let Craig speak to it though.
Exchange it like.
I've been on mute. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. It's going to be very low on the wall, and it would obviously be just exterior elevation. So I would expect that we would do just a match the right side, but do the upper sash and put it down low, like that. But like Dominic was saying, we had the same size dormer that we tried to reduce it. We pulled it forward so there wouldn't be much wall, but then it makes it a short wall. I mean, it's fine either way. I mean, we could add a window without any trouble.
I guess we could do a picture window, maybe just like the top sash.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm not sure, I'm just not sure if it should match the bottom sash because of the height, and so it should just be like a one light window, as opposed to what I would normally do is match the head height and do just an upper sash. But because we're actually sort of matching the sill, then maybe it should match the bottom part.
Sworn in.
Thank you. I think we'll discuss it in deliberation. From my perspective, matching the top sash with a fixed or a hopper awning sounds like a great solution. It's a much more diminutive wall, as you point out, but also because they're offset from the other walls, and we really only experience this three-dimensionally. I think the head heights that don't match is probably just fine in this particular situation.
Oh, hey, everybody, 1 second real quick. Craig, have you been sworn in? And
No.
Craig, it may be your line that I'm getting a lot of static on.
It could be actually in Florida with terrible reception. So
Yeah, no worries. And did you say you've been sworn in or not?
I have not. I was in earlier on with the Kingston project, but I wasn't sworn. I wasn't asked. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. Let me swear you in real quick, and then we'll just have you repeat quickly anything that you had said previously that was pertinent. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great.
Craig, and for the tape record, can we get your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Craig Isaac, 900 Linda Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
Thanks so much.
Great, thanks.
But Jessica, just to reaffirm what you just said a second ago, before Craig says, did you say you definitely want the window there? And you were saying you didn't, after Craig said, he said, you said?
I totally understand what Craig is saying about the alignments. And I think that this is such a diminutive dormer in the roof and our visibility, it's tucked so tight in, our visibility in 3 dimensions is going to be so limited that I don't think we're really actually going to have, in reality, a perception of the head height alignments on this lower one relative to the others. And I think it's more important to have some sort of a fenestration to warrant having the dormer at all. So we'll talk about it in deliberation. I may be in the minority on that. I think a top sash, hopper awning, or fixed at whatever head height it needs to be would probably be great for me, and I'll see what the rest of the commission says.
Yeah. So I would for me,
agree.
Yeah. Well, Craig, I was going to say too, for me, if the window is going to be there, I think it's better to have the 6 light.
I agree. To me, it's more natural to have the upper sash with the 6 light as opposed to just having a single light there, even though it lines up with the bottom.
Okay. All right, all right, Commissioner Hinman, any other
have.
questions?
That's it.
Great, thank you. Let's move on to Commissioner Barth.
For what it's worth, I agree with Jessica on the awning or hopper top sash on that component. My comment was going to be about the siding. Not sure I understood the reasoning why cedar would be more appropriate. I think lap siding works well here, as a siding piece.
It
Yeah.
just
Didn't get that.
it just has
Yep.
more texture, and so it lends the roof more.
Well, yeah, so I was gonna say three things. One is the cedar sake siding, God dang, cedar sake, yeah. Anyway, that cedar siding stuff, that looks like shakes. It's already on the garage at the back of the house. So it was a material used in the original construction. That was the first thing that brought my attention to it. That it was the original construction material for siding on that property when it was used. And then when I actually went back and looked at the other 30 properties that are built just like this one, they all have cedar siding shake on their upper dormers. All of them do.
Sure, understood. I mean, my comment was just that you could go either way. I would like to clarify your, the difference between cedar shingle and cedar shake. See, I have the same problem. Cedar shingles are smooth, whereas cedar shakes are split. You'd want to go with a smooth cedar shingle, correct?
Yeah, and well, I was thinking, Craig's point is also, I was thinking was well taken too, was that the cedar shake would look like the roof line. So it would help hide the dormer more.
Yes, you get the same feel with shingles. It's just, they're typically not used in a wall application. For the shakes aren't, rather.
Sure. Okay. Commissioner Barth, any other questions?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, has the applicant received the agenda supplement?
What's breaking up? What's the agenda supplement?
So it is information that was submitted by noon yesterday that is just in addition to and this is like public information and additional documentation that was actually submitted by noon yesterday after the packet had been posted. I think Commissioner Walker is asking because there is information that is submitted from the public on this that is posted online.
I just saw that letter for the first time a second ago. I didn't get to read the whole thing. I just got far enough where it was talking about the dormer being large and its property being the tallest in the neighborhood or something like that. But there's, obviously there's already one on the street exactly like it that has a dormer that was added, and their dormer was added equal to the roof line.
Okay, I guess if you haven't seen it and the photographs that accompanied it, then my questions wouldn't really make any sense here.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I mean, if you go back down to the slides where the building that's to the left, if that's what they're referring to, I mean, the unit that's on the street, exactly the same height and everything, that has a dormer that was actually added equivalent to the existing roof line. Ours is going to be 1 foot below the roof line.
Yeah, you can't see all the pictures, I guess, Dominic. I was just concerned because I found it that the photographs that were submitted show what seems to be more reveal of the addition than the photos that you've submitted showed. So I was just confused about, how to look at that portion of the application. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that picture right there you're showing out of a window looks like. Obviously, I haven't been in their house. But, like if you go to and I guess maybe you can't see it from a window at an angle like that, shooting up at because if you go back to my rear view yard picture, which is, that's going way back to the very beginning on that, but I saw it there a second ago, right? One, go right, not that one, yeah, well, maybe that one right there, kind of, go back one, that's part of it, like that one right there, their dormer looks directly into the side wall of the house. And I guess if you go, let's go to the next picture, maybe. Here's the next one. Next slide after that, maybe. Maybe it's going back one or two. And go back one more, maybe. One more. One more? No, let's go forward then, I guess. It's going forward. You'll get to keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh. Well, where is that picture? That, yeah, there. Okay, go one more. That one. So I guess, you know, that dormer that's next door, I guess the picture was taken from that door. That dormer is equivalent to the second story windows. So I guess if your argument is that, like on our building, if the dormer, if you think the dormers are in your sight line, the prefab chimney, which is not, should never been approved in Dilworth in a million years, is on the back of that house, right? And the dormer is in direct line of the people living on the second floor of this condo, versus if you're in their dormer window, you'd actually you have to be laying on a bed or something to see at the angle to even look at that roof. If that's the argument, I don't know. Is that the argument?
Oh, I don't have any argument. I was just.
Well, not you. I'm the letter. The letter, I guess, is showing a picture, like you can see that dormer, but I don't know how you could unless you're laying on the floor. Yeah, I mean, you have to like lay on, you know what I mean?
I guess if you were to look at all the photos that we're looking at, that we've seen by whoever it is from the neighborhood that submitted all this, it appears that there are many places that this can be seen. So I just wondered if you wanted to speak to that or not.
Well, I took a picture of every angle you can look at it on, and you can see it. I mean, you can see it if you're across the street, 2 houses down. You know, you can see it there, like just like the picture shows that I took. You can see it. You know, you can see a portion of it directly across the street from the house next door. But as you move further down the street, and when you're standing in the angle of the buildings on the way or whatever, you can't see it until you're about 5 or 6 houses down.
So we have an incredible number of pictures and views on the house, and I'm sure commissioners, as part of our normal walkthroughs and site visits that we do on our own, we probably have a good understanding of the impact of sight lines. Commissioner Goodwin, did you have a question or a comment for Mr. Restaina?
Well, to speak to this letter and then what Jill, Commissioner Walker was just saying.
Commissioner Goodman, if I may, just one moment before we continue on this letter, I believe we do actually have the author on the line. If we want to go ahead and maybe open that. I mean, I believe we're still open for discussion, but we can potentially speak to the author of the line of the letter and potentially kind of have some back and forth that way, if we could. Steve, are you there?
I am here. Thank you. I'm sorry. When I submitted the letter, I didn't realize there was sworn testimony involved. So I'm glad I was listening.
No worries. Can we just, no worries. Can we just get you, let's go ahead and get you sworn in, and then we'll have you state your name and your address for the tape record, and then we'll move on for you and let you present.
Of course. My name is Steve
Steve, please raise
Oliphant.
your right hand.
Oh, sorry. Never done this before.
No, say, no worries, no worries. How about this? Let me start with swearing you in, and then if you'll give us your name and your address, we'll go from there. Okay? All right,
Perfect.
please raise
Thank
your right hand. Yeah, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Now, if you give your name and address.
My name is Steve Oliphant. I live at 709 East Kingston Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, which is right next door to 705, the Waverly Building.
Awesome. All right, Mr. Oliphant, now if you'd like to, in your own words, kind of summarize the information in the letter or, tell us about some of your concerns with the application.
Yep. So I guess my wife and I became concerned just when we reviewed the overall application document. We just think it's a little bit deceptive in the angles that they use. So that is the main point of what our letter is trying to convey with the pictures. We think that this roof line, based on the slope of Kingston, the size and the height of the Waverly building, it's kind of prominent. The roof line is prominent from many angles on the street, including on Springdale Avenue all the way into Lotta Park too, especially in the winter months when the leaves and the foliage will not be there. And also if the trees were ever to be removed, because numerous trees in this neighborhood are kind of older and aging out, as I'm sure you're familiar. So I'm happy to walk you through our PowerPoint and explain with sworn testimony where I was standing, if those types of things would be helpful. And then the other thing that we just wanted to note, we're not very familiar with the process. So we didn't bring this up when the construction was happening, but we were amazed, especially seeing 716 East Kingston earlier today, that had to have approval to add a window. We just wanted to note that there's been significant modifications to the Waverly building. On both sides, windows have been added and doors/windows have been added on the back, and the balconies have been added on the back as well. We assumed that this was all okay, but when we went through the Historic Commission archives, I guess, we didn't see any approvals going back into 2018, 2019, 2020. Also the chimney as well. That was, I believe, removed, or I know it was removed. I watched them do it and then rebuilt. So I'm a little bit surprised that there was no approvals when those things happened. Okay. Can we move to the next slide and I can explain where the photos are and my vantage point? So we can all see what you're seeing. I still just see the letter up. If I can walk through my photos, if that's helpful.
Are the photos up now?
Not on YouTube that I can see yet.
There might be a slight delay.
Okay.
Right now I've got the first 2 pages, so it's pages 3 and page 4.
I'll just go off my PDF. That's no problem. Sorry. So this, I believe, is the view from 716 East Kingston / the 1701 Springdale Avenue Alley, I believe it is. Just wanted to point out, you can see, as Dominic pointed out, the board that he put in. Just want to show that I believe this is only one house down from Waverly building. I believe the dormer will be extremely prominent from that angle. You'll be able to see nearly the whole thing. The second showing, the next video is the next one as well. Moving a little bit closer to the Waverly building. I believe I was standing in the yard of the Springdale house. And then there, I believe you'll be able to see the sight lines will also clearly show the dormer there as well. Next slide when you're ready.
All right, so we're on 5 and 6. It's the double photos per each page.
Okay, here I am walking down the opposite side of the street. Again, as I mentioned before, just due to the size and the height of the Waverly building already, just trying to show out here that you can actually see, you'll be able to see the dormer because it is actually above my roof line, which is the roof line below it, and then the next one as well, I crossed over to the street. I'm on the opposite side of the odd number streets as well, from 721 East Kingston. Again, I believe the dormer will be visible. You can still see the board up there under the chimney. and it'll be more of an eyesore, in my opinion, especially if we're adding additional windows there as well. Here we go. The next page 7. This is, I'm not laying down in my bathroom. This is me standing up. You can see the sash clearly, which I think would indicate that I'm not laying down, hopefully. I'm also sworn testimony now, I guess. But again, the dormer will be extremely present from our bedroom window as well. On to page 9. Here I am walking down the other side of the building. So this is going towards Springdale Avenue from the Waverly building. This is an angle I took that I don't believe they submitted originally. Here, I believe this is right near their driveway. Again, I think the sight lines will allow the dormer to be shown there in all months, both winter and summer, because it'll actually be underneath that tree line. Walking closer to the corner of Springdale and Kingston, again, I think in the fall and winter, the dormer will be extremely present. Also, if that tree is ever removed, and I want to note on that tree shouldn't be there now. It's within feet or inches of the house and within feet or inches of the driveway for Waverly as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if that tree was not, they asked to remove that tree soon. On to page 11. This is a view from, I think this is right from the street sign of Park and Springdale. So this is basically the parking area of Lotta Park. Again, I believe the dormer will be visible and present there as well, especially in the fall and winter months, or if that tree is ever removed. That is one of the larger, older trees that is left on Kingston Avenue. We've been losing a lot of them recently, unfortunately. Here's a view moving more towards the park, I believe. This is the back view. You can see the balconies that were added. Again, I don't think there was a permit for that. I think you might be able to get a glimpse of the dormer as well if it was added back all the way back to Lotta Park, which there were no views from this angle, I believe, submitted previously. So I think that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions while I'm under oath if that's appropriate. This is my first meeting.
Sure. Dominic, do you have anything yeah. Go ahead, Dominic.
Yeah, well, yeah, if we could just go back to my slide presentation really quick, and then I'll address some of the things really fast. So, and first I just want to start off saying that I tried to, take pictures. I think they're pretty representative of where you're looking at in different areas. I'm standing there with my camera taking the picture. I'm not like doing anything other than taking the picture. The board on the roof is representative of where the dormer will be. And as opposed to, and as I guess that's comparable to other dormers on the street, I think these will actually be this one in particular would be the least noticeable, least egregious of almost any that I've seen. If you want, let's go back to the very beginning of the, not the beginning of the presentation, I guess, where I started showing the dormers, which is about midway through the presentation. And I'll go back to that, right. Yeah, so yeah, we'll go back to, I guess, a couple more right there. So, like in particular, let's say like, Steve, it's Steve, right? Steve?
Yeah,
Steve's house. Okay, yeah, Steve. So, Steve, your house to the right. I don't know if you were there when it was built or added, but that dormer to the top right was added on your house. That's visible.
No, I understand that.
I know.
That's before I bought it.
Yeah, I understand.
Hey, guys.
But I'm just saying, for dormers on the street, this one is probably be the least noticeable ones because you actually because like you said, the building is tall, but because of that, it blocks out most of the dormer and most of the angles. And I don't think I don't think I'm being deceptive. If you go down to the next couple pictures, and I think your picture showed the same thing. As you got maybe 5 or 6 houses down, you did have a pretty good view of the dormer. But most of the other homes, if you want to go through a couple more slides, most
Sorry,
of these other homes, the
Dominic?
dormers, yeah.
Just to interrupt for 1 second. So, standard rules of procedure or Robert's Rules of Order is that any comments are actually addressed through the commission or through the chair of the commission, not directly to each
The
other?
applicant. Yep.
Yes.
I got you.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Yep. Yep. It's been a few years. Yeah. So, but yeah. So anyway, so the dormers themselves, I mean, in this particular instance, I think it's going to be one of the least visible dormers on that street overall. Yeah. And true, you know, trees come and go over time, but you know, right now, even as of today, when I took these pictures, I think like 3 weeks ago or so, or 4 weeks ago, the visibility of other dormers are much heavier than this structure. And this structure, as it sits on the historical registry, is noted as a 2.5-story structure. So we're not even changing that designation. Whereas, you know, the house to the right of me at Kingston, that was built as a, you know, basically a house with no dormers. That was altered technically, as many of the others were on those streets. But this was already designated historically as a 2.5-story structure. And part of what Steve was talking about on the back side of the house, where we have the balconies and the doors and stuff. There are and were doors at the back of the house. We have modified those currently, but that's all in the plans that actually Craig is putting together. That's going to go before administrative at the back of the house, as well as building standards for a lot of things that we haven't got to yet. Because the dormer was actually a key component of all this, and the purpose of the balconies is to get the heat and air units off the ground, so they're not in the side yard or anywhere else on the property other than being elevated off the ground. The rear doors, basement access was already there. And we're actually, we did get wood doors to replace those doors, but that was all going to be administratively submitted, as long with, I think we want to do a fireplace back there. That's also, I think,
Hey, Dom.
sent Christine an email about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Dominic, any other, I want to try to get us into deliberations. Any other
Right, yeah.
questions or rebuttals for
No,
Mr.
I mean, I think pretty much, I think I've presented as best I can about the dormer itself that we want to do, the fenestration, dormer, siding materials and all that.
Okay.
And everything else I'm going through administratively.
Commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Restaino? Commissioner Lineberger.
I just have a quick question. When was the chimney put in?
Chimney was there originally. The chimney was in bad shape, leaking, damaged. And so my guys actually repaired the chimney. But it's still exactly back where it was, exact same size. There's no change to the chimney. Matter of fact, the copper bonnet that goes on the top is still sitting on the main floor. We got to put the copper bonnet back on it. And it's 7 feet 6 inches long and 22 inches in width.
Mr. Restaino, are you doing anything with the chimney in this application?
No, it's saying exactly where it was, and it's there, and actually it hides the dormer. We just had to reflash it and fix it.
Okay.
It was leaking.
And any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger? Okay, if there's no other questions for the applicant.
Before we close, sorry, we might just want to check back in with the public commenter. Steve, if you have anything else that you wanted to say?
Yes, please. Thank you. I just wanted to note a couple of things based on some comments. My pictures were taken yesterday from the sidewalk. I wasn't in anybody's yard or any odd angles. So I think they are a very true representation of the roof line that is visible and where it's visible. You can see it all the way down to the 800 block of Kingston. Quite honestly, you can see it from Wada Park, and you can see it on Springdale as well. I agree with Dominic that my dormer is ugly. I'm sorry, we bought it that way. We didn't know what we were getting into with the historic neighborhood and district, but we love it here. And we hope the same types of mistakes are not made in the future. That's why we are speaking up right now. Also, just one more, I guess I need to do more research, but I'm really confused by these administrative approvals that Dominic is seeking and why he didn't need to get those approvals before he added
I got it.
5 windows on each side of his building and 6 door size windows on the back with 2 more balconies. And then I did watch them tear down that chimney. I don't believe it was repaired. I believe it was removed and then replaced.
So Mr. Oliphant, we can, connect you with staff afterwards and they can, give you a rundown of some of the processes for administrative review and things of that nature. But there is one more final question. Commissioner Hidman, do you have a final question?
I am so sorry. I forgot to take my hand down before.
No worries. If there's no other questions or comments, I'm going to pause and then we'll close. And we're closed for deliberations. Commissioners. Damon, you started us off strong.
Whether you can see this dormer from anywhere, it's proportional to the house and it is definitely appropriate for an addition to this house. So I think that, there's been a lot about how it's not very visible. It is very visible, but our guidelines don't say, well, if it's not visible, it's okay. So when I'm looking at this dormer, I think the dormer speaks very well to the proportions and all the things that our guidelines carry. So I'm very much in favor of approving this with some of the issues that came up, which are small things.
Which were shake.
Well, I'll be happy to make a motion. I just don't. Okay. All right. Does anybody else want
Before we get into motions?
Yeah.
Dominic had a very thorough review of all the other quadplexes in Dilworth, or at least a large number of them. I don't know if all 30 were shown, but what I can't remember seeing was any others with dormers similar to what he's proposing to do. They've done things closing in porches, they've changed windows, they've changed this, they've changed that, they've changed everything, but I didn't see any others with dormers. And I don't know if that's relevant or not. I happen to agree with you that I don't think putting a dormer on that building significantly changes what that building is. It's still a 2.5-story building. It's adding a little bit of square footage into an attic space that's currently not usable for anything. And I don't think it dramatically changes the appearance or look, but I'm just wondering, why hadn't it happened before?
So I can't answer that, but maybe what you're suggesting is that there's more, this dormer is a little more complicated than a regular dormer that we have seen. So there are some pieces to it that could be simplified. And maybe that's the discussion, is maybe it needs to be simplified. I kind of like the dormer, but that doesn't mean that's a valid consideration, I think.
And I'm wondering, in reality, it's not one dormer, it's 3. And I'm not an architect, and so I don't know. Is that overcomplicating it from a visual standpoint to add that level of additional fenestration? Or
I'd like to hear from the other 2 architects. For me, it's simple enough, but.
Commissioner Goodwin?
We do have our guideline that we want to locate additions so that they are minimally visible from the street. So maybe this dormer fits the architecture, but I did want to add, I did visit the site on Sunday, and I think what the applicant's photographs is taken with a wide angle lens that makes the building tower. You cannot see the right roof line, but with my camera, you can clearly see the right roof. The dormer will be very clearly visible if you're standing to the front right of the house and in front of Mr. Oliphant's house. I just wanted to clarify that. It will be clearly visible from that side of the house. And so just wanted to add that piece.
Commissioner Lindberger, did you a comment? Commissioner Murin, do you have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I think I was going to put my hand up soon as an architect that to me, I don't see any issue with this. I mean, I think through other cases that we've seen, you know, this is checking all the boxes as far as what, you know, Chapter 7 and additions is looking for, kind of looking at 7.2 that it's limiting size. It's focused on the rear of the building. I understand that it's visible as you walk around the site, but several other applications, you know, we really look at that section and the views from the street that the applicant provided, knowing that if you're across the street, you're going to see it. But again, that's more of the context and the houses around it than what this new addition is going to do to the rear of the house. I think also for me, the big thing that I look for would be kind of with 7.3, that the integrity of the building is going to be kept and that this is going to look like an addition, that this is not going to be blending in. I think the breaking down of the 3 versus 1 big one, I think is the right move as the dormers step up from the front of the building to the back. And then back down again. So if there's some views from the other side where, you know, we're seeing from the back of the building, which we haven't considered sometimes or most of the time in these applications. But those views, you're still going to be seeing a stepping up. So even within the dormer, the most densest, biggest parts in the middle, and it still is not more proud than the top of the house. So I think this checks a lot of boxes, and they do a good job with that. And definitely understand where the opposition lies, and definitely see the conversations. But I think when you go down 7 from start to finish, I think this follows our guidelines for additions.
Great. No, thank you. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to say is, I'm not an architect, and so I struggle with some of these applications, but when I have to make a decision based on a basically 2-inch by 2-inch, you know, pencil sketching thing here, it's a little tough. This is a rendering that's not all that fleshed out, so it's, you know, it's very difficult to visualize totally how it really will look, given that as the only thing I have to work on, unless I'm missing something.
And just thinking about dormers, we've approved dormers on every elevation before, right? So
I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong at all. Don't get me wrong. I just benefit by something a little bit more substantial to make a real judgment call. But I mean, I can see that it's not going to visually overpower the building and everything else. It's just that small picture makes it hard.
yeah, understood.
I would also, let's look at the right side elevation, which we have shown. Is that correct, the way that's drawn for the dormers? Are they going to diminish like that in an elevation? They would diminish like that in a perspective, but not in an elevation, correct?
Tell me what.
How all 3 of them, the roof, the plane of the roof plane over the dormer diminishes as it goes to the back.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen, is it?
Well, a little. You're talking about the shadowing that's been done. Is that right?
No, I'm saying that the bigger dormer,
right?
Is it going to be narrower at the roof line than it is at the wall of the front wall of the dormer?
Narrower at the roof line.
Yeah, see how it's,
So are you saying
it's
is it
narrower as it goes back? Is that going to really, it's not going to happen that way.
I don't see that it's doing that.
Yeah, it does.
You're talking about the roof or the wall?
Jim, if you look on A3, he's got it kind of tilted back. You can see the roof, the actual pitches of the roof. So the sides of it are gonna pitch like that. So if you go back, I believe it's 2
I see it,
sheets.
you're right. So it actually
you're
is going to
saying
have a flat component piece up there as well.
I
You're
believe
saying
it's a low slope, the way it looks. I don't think it's going to be a flat. I think it's still going to be shingled, looking at the elevations. Well, maybe not, because the front elevations do look like that might be a flat condition, so.
Yeah. You know, it just, I don't know, you know, I'm confused as to what I'm looking at. As I see now from that roof plan, yeah, it does look like there's diminishing to it, but I don't see the flat component on the.
So there's a flat roof over the dormer, is that what you're asking?
That's what yeah, and I get it now. I get it now.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jim. I think those are flat roofs on the top that you can see kind of what the, whatever shape and then the square.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is gonna make the dormer stand taller. Okay, I understand the expression now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, and other than having a rendering that would kind of show it in a picturesque kind of way, I think this is what we usually get. I don't think we could ask for more.
You know, I thought we were just dealing with dormers, traditional shed dormers.
Oh, okay. And so this is flat with a shed. Okay. All right.
All right, commissioners, we need a motion. Commissioner Hinman.
Yeah, my comment is twofold actually, and I won't spend a ton of time on it because I think Commissioner Mirren did a really good job explaining this. But you know, the best thing that we have to go on is the Chapter 7 guidelines and a literal reading of the Chapter 7 guidelines. And I think this application it complies with Chapter 7. And so the only serious problem I have with it is the windowless wall on the one part of the dormer, and it sounds like the applicant's perfectly willing to put a window into that wall. I think there are some lingering questions about the changes to the back and the chimney that staff is going to have to look into and get back to us on if necessary. And I'm glad those were brought to everyone's attention. But as far as evaluating this project, we're bound by Chapter 7, and Chapter 7 has a really clear checklist for us to look at.
Yeah. I agree. So using Chapter 7 as a checklist, Mr. Ramsh or Hinman, is there a motion coming?
All right, Jessica, I'll do this if you'd like. Okay. So I move to approve this application with the following conditions. That the dormer, the dormer siding should be cedar shingles. That the window size should be reduced by 6 or 8 inches and reviewed by staff. That all the material used on these dormers are to match existing material on the house. And that a small window be added to the blank wall. Either an awning or a hopper with the upper sash detail to match the upper sash details. And I'm citing Chapter 7, I guess it's 7.3 specifically in our guidelines.
Okay. Do we have a second on the motion?
Damon, I would add 7.2 as well.
Okay, add 7.2.
Friendly amendment.
7.2 number 2. I said that wrong. 7.2.
7.2 number 2. And then 7.3 is correct also?
No.
No?
7.2 number 3.
7.2 number 3. Okay, so I would add, I would note 7.2 number 2 and number 3.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0, approved.
All right, next up, item number 10 is 913 Romney Road for an addition. Let's see. Paul and Stephanie, are you with us?
I don't know that I see you, but hope you see me.
Paul, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, is Stephanie with you or is she?
Yes,
she
she
gonna
is.
represent? Okay,
She is.
great. Have you both been sworn in?
No.
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and handle that.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and hand it over to you, Paul and Stephanie. If you could, before we get started, just state your names and addresses for the taped record.
Paul Petch, 132 Cottage Place, Charlotte.
Stephanie Nolan, 1232 Dilworth Crescent Row, Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, and if you just let me know where you want to go on the slides and we'll move on.
Okay. Well, we have a house built in 1942 that is a Georgian revival. And I hope that everybody's had an opportunity to kind of glance through the presentation materials that we sent. What we're doing, we're adding about 1,000 square feet on the first floor, together with various porches. And if you could go, I guess, to our first sheet of photographs, please. 913 Romney Road, as you can see from the street view, has it's barely able to tell that it has a roof whatsoever or a flat roof because of the low pitch of it. Also shown on this slide are the conditions around the house and the openness of the rear yard where the construction will take place. And one of the ideas with this addition is that it's been popular thinking these days that we're thinking about aging in place and that kind of lifestyle leading into as you grow older. Let's see here. In this type of house, we also have a symmetry that is quite obvious from the street, and also the idea of having additions, one-story additions on either wing of the house, right and left. The left side of the house has got a existing porch that was enclosed some years ago, and the right side of the house we're adding a porch. So if you could, well, you can see kind of in the 1913 concept sketch at the bottom, it's kind of small, but you get a general idea of the idea. Next slide, I guess. The site plan is showing the addition that was put on the house some years ago. So originally it was a basic two-story square box, basically. Next slide, please. Next slide. I don't know if you're interested necessarily in the floor plan per se, or the second floor plan. Next slide. The elevation, you can see the difference in the roof height we're proposing is approximately 3 feet. We're also adding a front porch that is typical of this type of house and also very predominant along our street and around Dilworth. So you can see there also the left and right hand porches. And then next slide. You can see the existing garage and kind of connecting breezeway will be removed, and that portion of the house will be replaced with the porch and with the one-story addition. Next slide. Can you all see me? Or no? No? Okay. Let's see. Okay, next slide. Start video. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Okay, next slide. And then also we'll include a one-car garage to this plan. Okay. And these are the details that we plan to use in the construction of this house, or the renovation of it, I should say. Okay, next slide. If there is one, yeah. The street view shows that the relative scale of the houses marching down the street, so that you can see that we are pretty well consistent with the neighborhood as far as size and massing of this house. And I also don't know whether or not the committee has gone through the checklist of the various references we've made to your handbook. But in the written material, we've got ticked off the various references to the guidelines. So with that, can I open it up for questions? You want to add anything?
No, I think the sketches speak for themselves.
Cindy, is there anyone that wants to speak for or against?
We don't have anyone signed up, and just waiting to hear from Candace if we have any callers on the line. No. The only other thing staff will say is that there is additional case information. I believe it's an updated site plan that Paul submitted to correct for, I believe it was for a note on the memo about the right side. Is that correct, Paul?
Correct.
So that is in the supplemental case information for all of you in the room. It's in the hard copy, and everyone at home online.
Got it. All right, let's open it up to questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Lindberger.
Hi, Paul and Stephanie. I just have a question about the side porch, or what was originally described as originally a side porch. Do you know what that did look like prior? And then the drawing shows what appears to be a plate glass detail, and I was just wondering if you could go through that detail for us, what that would look like.
It's the front.
The front, to the left of the front door, what you described as the
Okay.
original front porch.
Right. The left side where the chimney is, right?
Yes.
That's the porch. Okay.
Yes.
There's no plate glass there. That's an open porch. It was at some time enclosed. I've got no idea what it looked like before that, but it was a porch. And then what you're seeing beyond that is the wall of the house beyond the one-story part of the house. Slightly left, if you will, of the man standing there.
So is it going to be completely open, just like the new proposed porch on the right side?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I just have a question about, I don't know if you had a chance to do any permeable, impermeable calculations from the original house's backyard. Given the addition that you're putting on, did you get a chance to do that?
Right. Well, if you take a look at our site plan, you'll see that nearly 2/3 of the backyard has been paved. It would be removed so that the driveway would be, again, limited. Then if you're talking about the percentage, I don't remember what the percentage is, but it's well under 50% of the rear yard coverage. I think the most illustrative of that is a photograph of the backyard.
It's also, I believe, listed on the new site plan in the supplemental info.
Correct, correct. Is that available or coming or?
Commissioner Walker, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner
Trying to
Hinman?
find it.
I'm going to answer that.
Hi, yeah, I'm
Just-
wondering if you can talk to us about the change in the roof pitch and the replacement window proposals.
Well, as you might imagine, 1942 house, the wooden windows are fairly deteriorated. However, they would be replaced with a wood window that matches the existing geometry of the windows that are in place now. What else would you like me to say?
The change in the roof pitch.
Oh, yeah, the change in the roof pitch. That was something desired by our clients here. And part of the reason is when you're walking past the house at the street level, you don't see that it has, basically looks like it has a flat roof if you look at the picture. So the idea is to give it a little bit of presence with the more steeply pitched roof.
Commissioner Hinman, anything else?
No, those are my questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Barth?
Just hear me. Jessica brought up the questions I was going to ask.
Okay. And Mr. Pesh, just so you know, I mean, regarding windows and roof line, I mean, our guidelines say that unless your windows and you have evidence that your windows are beyond repair, that they shouldn't be replaced. Also with additions, you should maintain your roof line. So again, just want to make you aware, it's a couple things that'll come up in deliberations. I know I have a couple of questions, but I want to make sure other commissioners, any other questions or comments? Okay. Oh, Commissioner Rumsch, go ahead, sorry.
Hey, Paul, this is Damon.
Hey, Damon.
The side elevation, normally we ask for something that demarks the beginning of the new addition from the old. And I think your side elevations don't have any indication of that demarcation. Is there a way, and usually it can be a fairly simple kind of lining, maybe just a setback or something like that. Is that something that could simply be done in your design?
I would think that it could be. Obviously, you do see the corner of the existing house and the portion that was added previously, the two-story portion of the house.
So
to answer your question, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Damon, any other questions?
I'm good.
Okay. I have a couple of questions. With your two side porches that you're opening up, are you changing the roof line on those porches? The roof pitch or just opening them up?
The porch on the left is existing, meaning it was an enclosed room. and we're opening that up, the roof pitch is going to be the same as it was before. And the roof pitch on the right-hand side will mirror that.
Okay, thank you. Another question, the garage that you're removing, do you have evidence that it's dilapidated?
I think you can't, it's more of a storage building. I don't know that a car's ever been in there. If it wasn't for the garage door, I think it would fall over.
Okay, and is it, to your knowledge, an original structure?
No.
Okay.
Nor is the back portion of this house original.
Okay. With the front and just a couple more questions, thank you. With the front elevation, it appears that you're adding side lights. Are there side lights there today around your front door?
No, that's just showing in greater detail the fluted sides of the door. It's not any change to that front entrance.
Okay.
The existing front elevation doesn't show that detail, but they're fluted pilasters rather than side lights.
Okay, so you're not changing the front door or the trim
No.
around it or anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. Where, in the supplemental information, have you designated where the AC units are gonna go?
No.
Okay, naturally, that's something that we would want to have detailed. Okay, that's all the questions that I have. Commissioners, any final questions for the applicants? Mr. Ramsch?
Hey, Paul, this is Damon again. Are there any trees that you're disturbing or moving or cutting down in the backyard?
No. If you would flip back to the photographs of the rear yard, you can see it's pretty wide open, Damien. It's, yeah. The rear view and the rear yard view, you can see the existing little, whatever you call that thing, a little shed building, basically. And you can see the amount of paving in this picture also. It would be removed, all of it be removed.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Okay, commissioners? And Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, Paul, I just have two questions. So on your sheet A3, for the floor plans, I'm not sure if I'm seeing a plan that's not updated, but
Right. That plan has not been updated because we were asked to present it as a site plan. I often see that you folks are not interested in what the inner guts of the house are. And that should have been updated to show the matching porch on the right-hand side and also the alignment. Well, it does show the alignment of the rear porch. No, it doesn't either. So those two changes were made in the site plan drawing that was resubmitted.
okay, yeah, so our site plan drawing, let's go to that. So yeah, I guess that would be my question, because I was just looking at the front elevation and noticed that on the front elevation of the proposed, you have two porches sort of symmetrical and I guess matching what was there
Right.
previously, but the floor plan wasn't reflecting that. That was
Exactly.
just confusing.
Exactly.
And then it appears, so the addition to the back, the one-story addition to the back, what type of roof? It looks like a hip roof. Is there a flat section in that roof?
There is.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, let's close for deliberations. So, I mean, my general comment is, just so that we can move through this efficiently, is the couple of big things that I noticed that do not align with our guidelines are changing the roof pitch, replacing the windows, having the addition that isn't differentiated from the original structure. There may have been one other, but those were the three big ones that I had seen. I know we've talked about it. Other discussion points? Okay. All right, good. Okay, I think. Okay, so who wants to craft a motion? Maybe Commissioner Barth or Commissioner Murin?
I have a few things to add.
Please?
I could craft a motion as well. The few things I wanted to add are window light proportion and style with respect to the original house. Looks like we have a transom window on the rear elevation that we're seeing here. Roof form compatibility with the original house.
Yep.
Maintain orientation. That's 7.2, number 4. Attach minimally, number 3 and 7.2.
Okay.
That's all I have. On top of what you mentioned.
Okay. So restudy of the fenestration on the addition. It's a good one. The orientation, it's a good one. Commissioners, anything else?
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate my concern about the permeable, impermeable ratios. And I know, Cindy, you said it is written somewhere. I can't find it. And, you know, just doing a rough sketching of how it should be, it doesn't seem to be within the guidelines. So maybe if we could just get confirmation of that, that'd be nice.
Permeability restudy or
Yeah.
calculation, okay? Commissioner Goodwin, I see you writing.
We also need floor plans that match the elevations, and it might be helpful to have a roof plan.
Do we really care about floor plans? As it's in the inside, maybe just ensuring that we have accurate drawings on the right elevation.
I think you need it. I mean, almost every application has it. It helps us understand windows that are being removed versus kept, window locations in respect to the house. You know, we don't care about the inside exterior walls.
Got a lot of great points out there. Anyone willing to get them into a motion? Commissioner Barth, we can help you with the guidelines.
I could try. I'm struggling whether to continue or deny. In my honest opinion, I think there's a lot of work here. Does anybody else feel?
I'd suggest to give them an opportunity to bring it back as a continuation, and if they can't meet what needs to be changed, then at that point we can deny it, I think. But I think the implications of denial means they can't bring it back for a certain period of time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So rather than penalize them and push that time out, maybe we can give them the opportunity to make the changes according to continue, unless you feel it's completely, they feel like you can't do it.
I'm comfortable with that. You know, it's worth a shot.
And Commissioner Barth, before you go into the motion, I think Commissioner Hinman has something to say.
Okay.
This is a very minor comment, but when this comes back, I think we need to revisit the as-built for accurate window light divisions, because the photographs are not matching the as-built, the fenestration on the as-built.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna try to do this in an organized manner. What was that? Nothing. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following points. On the addition, I would like to focus on 7.2. Numbers number 2,
Number 3,
number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 7.
and number 8.
Number 8, okay. Any other ones? Furthermore, I'd like to request that the applicant provide accurate floor plans that relate to the elevations for reference, as well as a roof plan to understand roof geometry. We would also need to see accurate site plan, including information with regard to square footage calculations, both in the structure as well as impervious area. We also need to see confirm whether any trees are being removed or affected.
Chris, you had also previously mentioned guidelines 7.14, number 1, 2, and 3 about not replacing the original windows. And I think you also mentioned to restudy the fenestration on the addition to match the original.
I think part of that may have been somebody else, but I will reference section 7.14, numbers 1, 2, and 3 for fenestration on the addition to match the style and proportion of the existing home. Do not replace windows or provide accurate evidence in order to do so. And I'm sorry, what was the third point? BJ.
No, that was it, Chris. Guidelines, yes, 7.14, 1, 2, and 3 just relate to do not replace original windows, repair them.
This is Commissioner Heineman. I think that reference is 4.14.
4.14.
I'm sorry, thank you. I had it written down wrong.
Anybody else have any amendments?
Chris, this is Cindy. Are you looking for, just to be clear for the applicant, you're looking for a restudy of the addition per 7.2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, this is Commissioner Heineman. So did you add in the accurate fenestration on the as-built by any chance?
Say that again.
Accurate fenestration on the as-built, the light divisions on the as-built that we're seeing, I'm looking at 441, slide 441, are not matching the photographs of the house.
I did mention that. I don't know if I mentioned it in this motion, but I'll accept your amendment or addition to.
And
Chris,
the only other thing I want to confirm is the HVAC units. I want to make sure those are captured.
Okay. On site plan. Okay. I assume you guys want me to read that back.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to move to continue this application for the following points with regard to the addition referencing 7.2, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8 with regard to size relative to the existing building, attaching in a minimally attaching minimally to the existing building, maintaining the original orientation of the historic building, maintaining roof pitch, no taller or wider than the existing house, and 8 is, sorry, I didn't write that one down. 8, with regard to the impervious area in the rear yard, we would also like the applicant to delineate on the elevations as well as the floor plan the historic rear thermal wall of the original house. Furthermore, we would need site plans referencing added and existing square footages with regard to the structure, as well as the impervious area in the back, which I mentioned. We need to reference any trees to be disturbed or remain that are on site. We also need from the site plan to indicate the HVAC locations. With regard to, let me make sure. With regard to the original house, I'd like to reference section 4.14, numbers 1, 2, and 3. The applicant shall not replace existing windows unless a valid reason is provided. Windows should also respond to the existing size, proportion, and style of the historic home. I would also like to request that the applicant provide accurate elevations for the as-builts of the existing house that correctly depict the size and proportion of the windows on the house. I think that's it.
And Chris, just a clarification, when you had said, when you were referencing guideline 4.14, 1, 2, and 3, the applicant needed to provide a valid reason to replace the windows. You meant to provide, well, they would need to provide evidence that the windows were beyond repair.
In disrepair, correct.
Well, beyond repair.
Beyond, yes, beyond repair.
Thanks.
Chris, this is Cindy. You may want to add that you guys are not reviewing the garage at this point, or are you? You could literally just say something about this motion does not preclude the garage review.
I think we need to see how this affects the rear yard before we can review the garage. So this does not include the accessory structure in the back.
Okay. Is there a second out there?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Is there any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0, motion passes to continue.
sorry to interrupt. Did you want to potentially let maybe applicants at least 15 and 16 know that we will probably not get to them tonight? It depends on how quickly we move. I think we can roll and say that he's left the meeting.
All right, let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch has left the meeting. Let's move on to application number 11.
All right, application number 11 is 2011 Park Road. This is application number 11 for an addition. I'm sorry, not on the right page. Yes, an addition. Let's see. Robert and Richard, are you guys here?
Yes,
Was that Robert or
this
Richard?
is Rob Brooks with F&D Integra representing
Okay.
2011 Park Road.
Is Richard joining you or just yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here, but Rob will present. Yeah.
Okay, great. Have you both been sworn in?
No.
Nope.
All right, let's go ahead and handle that.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, and I'm going to hand it over to both of you to present. If you could, just before we get started, state your names and your addresses for the tape record, please.
Richard Cuevas, 118 East Kingston Avenue, Charlotte.
Rob Brooks, 118 East Kingston Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
So just a comment, are both of you presenting the application? Because I think you only heard one I do. I just want to make sure if you are, both of you are sworn in.
I will be presenting.
Okay.
Rob Brooks.
All right, go ahead, Rob.
So thanks, everyone. I know it's getting late here. So I will be brief in the introduction. Like I said, we are representing the property at 2011 Park Road. It's an existing Craftsman bungalow constructed around 1930. And what we are proposing are two additions, two small additions. The owner would like to add a small library for his book collection, as well as a small breakfast room. The library addition will be off to the left side if you're looking at the home from the street. It will be minimally visible from the street. The breakfast room will be a small addition to the corner of the rear of the house, not visible from the front of, not visible from Park Road, and also not visible from the side street. Just to go into a little bit of detail about each of these additions. The library will be centered on the existing dining room windows, which will become, the existing dining room windows will become the portal into the library. It will be centered outside the wall, centered on an existing cedar tree. We'll be using helical piers in lieu of a traditional continuous foundation to preserve the root structure of that cedar tree. And I believe we provided the letter from the arborist explaining that this approach will be sufficient to preserve the tree. The structural engineer will design all those supports, but the exterior aesthetic will be as shown in the drawings that we've submitted. The second portion to this proposal is the breakfast room at the rear. It will be accessed through the kitchen. The side windows will replicate the former tripled double hung windows at the dining room. And the rear windows will be a pair of double hungs that match the others in the house. So a couple of commonalities. These additions are intended to not draw attention to themselves, and they will carry forward with the following. All of the windows will match the existing in configuration, materials, and finishes. Wood sashes with insulated simulated divided lights with internal mutton bars, painted wood exterior trim, and interior wood casing, all to match the existing in the house. The overhangs and eaves will also match the existing with exposed rafter tails and a shallow wood fascia. We'll also have decorative solid wood brackets that match the existing on the home, which you can see in the photos that we've provided. The roof slopes and materials will match and complement the current roof assemblies. And the siding will be individual solid wood shakes that are blind nailed, spaced, and aligned with the existing. So that's the introduction, and with that, I will open it up to questions.
Cindy, does
We
anyone
do not
speaking
have
for?
any, oh, sorry, we don't have anyone signed up, and I'm just waiting to hear if anyone's on the phone. That's a no. And then one note from staff is the additional case information does include the letter, the tree plan that we referenced.
Commissioners, any questions of the applicant?
I got one. In looking at the, which proposed side elevation, doesn't say which side elevation, where the library is going to be, if you go to the second level, there's been some movement of windows in the upper level to accommodate the roof of the library. And I can't quite tell what's happened with the one window. It looks like part of it's kind of covered up or cut off. What's going on there?
So I'm sitting in for Mike Doyne, who's the architectural designer. He's the architect that designed this. I would need to run that by him to find out, in fact, what is going on with that window.
I believe that that's a well just outside the window with a slight pitch where the roof is spaced away from the window.
Can we see that somewhere in another drawing?
I think that there was a note to that effect. I can't find it right now. It was one of the notes.
Okay, I may be looking at it, the proposed rear elevation. It looks like there might be something that speaks to that.
Note 13, I believe, mentions the roof well.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hayden, any other questions? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, appreciate your efforts to preserve the cedar tree. You mentioned these are going to be helical piers. How many helical piers will there be?
There will be a maximum of 3. If we can achieve it with 2, that's obviously what we'd like to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? I do have a question. So again, with the helical piers, I noticed on the library that what are you using to, what's the word I'm looking for? What are you using to, what's in between the helical piers? Are you breaking that up with a skirt wall? Is it?
So note 8 on the plans, I believe it's note 8. We'll be providing a wood grill consisting of 1.5 by 1.5 inch wood spaced 1.5 inches apart. So it's not the lattice that you can pick up from Home Depot. This is stick built grillage.
Thank you. Lattice was the word I was struggling with. Question for you: are you able to use? And I appreciate that those are helical piers. Are you able to use brick in between them versus the wood?
The issue with doing brick is, in order to support the brick, we have to dig and pour a footing for the brick to bear on. And
Okay.
if we do that, then we're disturbing more root structure.
Understood. For the new windows that you're adding on both of the additions, is the width of the trim board between the ganged windows the same as the width of the trim board on any original ganged windows on the house?
Yes.
Okay. No other questions. Commissioners, any other questions? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, one more quick question. I noticed the large, I believe it was a maple tree to the left of the house. I'm assuming that all construction access would be around from the back. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I would need to confirm that with the architect. There will be efforts to preserve, or I guess direct traffic flow through the site to avoid damaging any drip lines. So that will be sort of marked off, so there won't be any materials or large vehicles traveling over that root structure, if that's the concern.
Yes, thank you.
Sure. And just looking at staff analysis, we'll also want a tree protection plan. One last question. Your cedar shake, is it individually applied shakes or are you doing panels of shakes?
They are all individually applied shakes that are blind nailed to match the existing.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
I just want to clarify, does this statement from Heartwood that was provided in our addendum packet, does that qualify as the tree protection plan? I just want to make sure.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. Bill, how are you feeling? You taking a bunch of notes and looking at them?
I think this is consistent with our guidelines. I see no objections. I think they've covered everything.
Sounds like it's pretty close to a motion. Commissioner Goodwin, you venture to make us a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as submitted, with the condition that the shingle siding be individually applied shakes and not panels. And I think this tree protection plan has already been provided. So I think that's the only condition that I had, is the shingle siding.
Okay. Commissioner Lindberger, would you like to second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 9-0. Approved. Thank you. And let the record show that Commissioner Rumscht has rejoined the meeting.
All right, the next item is agenda item number 12 for 917 Berkeley Avenue. This is an addition on porch changes. And let's see. Amy, are you with us? We're just checking on the applicant. Amy, are you there? Amy, are you there?
She's on, but inaudible.
All right. What do we think? Do we want to maybe skip and return? Okay. In that case, the next item up is 1614 The Plaza for landscape and site work. And Renee, are you there?
I'm here.
Great. Renee, have you been sworn in?
Not yet.
All right, if we can do that, we'll do that real quick for you.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. You affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. And Renee, if you could just state your name and address for the tape record, and we'll go ahead and have you present.
Okay. Renee Bradley at 1614 The Plaza.
Great. Just give me 1 second to get to the slides. There we are. And right now I'm on your site plan. Let me know where you want to go from there.
Okay. Okay, so the first change it looks like that's showing here is my request to change a window to a door. The window is located on the side of the house, exiting from the dining room and into a side courtyard path area. It is not very visible from the street. And I would just be proposing to change that single window to a single glass paned door. So I think there's probably some additional slides about that. Okay, here's the location of the window. It is not the original window of the house. It was replaced a long time ago, I guess, before I moved in with kind of a cheap window. So I'm hoping that this would be an upgrade to the house so that I could use better materials. But you can see where that window is located. It's kind of in the side of the house. There's some trees and landscaping in the way of the visibility from the street. And I would need to be raising the grading up just a bit right below it to have access to that path. But, you can keep going. This is to show what you can see from the street. The door is on the right side of the house with that red arrow. You can see it from a couple different angles from the sidewalk, as well as right in front of the street, or right in front of the house from the street. And there's a closer up shot. It looks like the red arrow got kind of messed up in the zoom in, but it's that first window to the left there is the one that would be replaced. And then these were the door choices that were recommended from my contractor who does work in the historic district. So I would likely choose the all glass option or whatever you guys would recommend. So that was the first thing, was the door. The second thing here is the lattice privacy screening that I'd like to add to the right of my brick patio. The patio is very low compared to the neighbor's deck that is right next to the fence line there. And so there's currently, currently when you're sitting on the brick patio, you're looking underneath their deck, which has no siding or anything on it. It's just looking underneath their deck. So I was trying to add some privacy and atmosphere. So if you go to the next thing, you can kind of get a visual of what it looks like. That's the brick patio down there below, and then my neighbor's deck past the red square. So that's one view of it. And then if you go down one more slide, you'll see from the brick patio what it would look like. So this is kind of the view that I was trying to give a little bit better atmosphere for. The existing picket fence there is about 4.5 feet, a little less than 4.5 feet tall. And I'm just proposing to do an 8-foot tall custom privacy screen that would, it would actually just kind of go to about the level of where the bench seating is on the deck of my neighbors. So If you keep going through, sorry, some of these, okay. I didn't realize all of this was included for tonight. This is fine. This is another idea I had for the other side of the property. There is a lot of visibility between the two homes looking, from the deck to the other side of the house where that screen and porch is. I was just trying to look at opportunities to extend the height of the current fence to add some sort of lattice and plants to make it appear a little bit nicer and give a little bit better atmosphere from my side. So that's one thing. And I think we can talk about this. This is another idea, but I've now actually just put some landscaping here, so we can skip this idea. Actually, I'm not going to do that. This was just a visual of kind of what I was envisioning by the brick patio, to build some sort of custom screen to cover that section and with some lighting on it. We can keep going. These are examples for that custom screen if I used just standard lattice, but my hope is to do a custom screen, which I've got other examples for. It's a little bit more open feeling. So you could go to the next slide. I'm hoping you have the version with the other pictures. Yeah, so more like this is what I'm hoping to do for that privacy screen. So it would be custom built and a little more open than that standard lattice that you can get at Home Depot. But still gives you that atmosphere. And then another few visuals that shows, different ways to build it to still achieve, it would still be the same height, but I could also do some sort of pergola top like these, like a decorative topper, if that would be more appropriate. I'm okay with either way. That is the privacy screen. I was thinking, is there any more slides in this?
Options.
Oh,
okay.
Did the, I'm sorry, one more last thing. Did these slides not include the front sidewalk change? I just want to.
I believe that's staff review, Renee.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Candace, is that correct?
I believe Renee was thinking about doing a stone in the front, which staff cannot approve.
Okay, well, it's not in the application, so let's table that.
I had submitted it, but okay, that's fine. That's fine. This the privacy screen is the main thing I wanted to get to, and the window to the door. So.
Oh, great. Cindy, is there anyone that signed up to speak for or against?
No one has signed up, and we do not have any callers on the line.
All right, commissioners, what questions do you have? Commissioner Lineberger.
Hi, Renee. I just have a quick question about the door, the window to door.
Yes.
Do you have any sketch or drawing that shows where the placement of the door? I know you're saying that it's replacing exactly where the window is, but the height of that, and then also in the notes you have about the grade change and utilizing the new stone steps. Do you have I'm trying to understand where that occurs and what the distance there. Just trying to make sure I understand what's happening there.
Yeah, I have not had any drawings made. I've had a contractor come over and my landscaper come over and talk through it with me. It's such a small project that they didn't draw anything. They just said they can make it happen.
So when I'm looking at if we just do it this way, then if I'm looking at the brick, where the brick foundation meets the wood siding, that door comes to the bottom of the wood siding?
No, it would.
Okay.
it would be kind of similar to how the front porch of the house looks. So there would be a landing that would be about 2 of those wood sidings above the brick. It would be a little bit above the brick where the landing would be out. And then from there would be 2 to 3 steps that would come down, just like my front porch, which there's pictures of in this as well. So.
Okay. I guess I'm asking that question because I'm trying to understand if you have enough room to do that.
Right.
Damon wants to. Wait.
And hold on one second, let me hit Commissioner Barth and Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Barth.
Hello, Renee.
Hey there.
A quick question. Just want to clarify on your application there's a sheet that shows an example of what the door would look like. However, it says French doors plural. Let me just clarify. Are you just putting one door in there?
Yeah, we had talked about doing 2 possibly, but based on the cost and all the complications of this, we just have decided just to stick with 1 door.
Okay, and this door would go in the same location of the window, the existing window. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yeah, so I originally had similar questions to Commissioner Lineberger around were there any plans to just, since it's something changing as important as a window, it's just helpful for us to be able to see
More detail?
representation of what it's intended to look like. So that's what I wanted to call out. And then for the fence, I know that I think our guidelines, I just wanted to confirm the height, and I think you did confirm that you want it to be 8 feet tall, the fence in the rear yard.
Yeah, just for the privacy screen area. Yeah.
Okay, and I think we have some restrictions there, but I'll let the other commissioners speak to whatever they need to talk about, and we'll deliberate. Thank you, Renee.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Rumsch?
I don't see that we can really make any decisions about this. I don't think there's enough information. We need a plan view that shows where the stoop is. We need an elevation to show how the door fits in the house and how that fenestration fits in that elevation. We just need more information. I think this just needs to be continued for more accurate information. I think we're taking a lot of time to.
My opinion is really before that. Do we agree that that location at the front of the house on the side elevation is appropriate to change from a window to a single door? Because it is visible from the street. And I say that because we had an application at 305 Westwood and Wilmore where the applicant wanted to change a triple gang window into French doors, and that was denied. So really, from a guidelines perspective, in deliberation, let's make sure that if we agree that it can or should be done, and then go from there.
Okay.
If we need more detail.
Yep.
So again, that's just my opinion. Any other questions? Commissioner Hinman?
I think Commissioner Bonaparte might have been ahead of me.
All right. Nichelle?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No worries. Commissioner
Okay, I'll
Hinman?
go then. Cindy, can you go back to the photographs of the house with the red arrows for converting the window to the door and the current conditions? I'll start on this one. This is slide 476. In this slide, I'm looking at a window with a higher sill height it's situated in the gable of the house. And can you go back 2 slides? In this slide, which is slide 474, we're looking at the window that's actually forward of that. It's a window with a lower sill height that's situated in the front room of the house, where under the eave. Can you help us understand which window it is that you're asking about?
Yeah, this is the correct one. I'm not sure why the red arrow got kind of messed up in the other slide. that should go to the left. It's the window all the way to the left there. Yeah.
So it's the window in the front room of the house that you're asking about.
Right. Right.
Okay, thank you. I needed that clarification. Do you have any historic photos of the house from when the district was designated? Sometimes staff has those.
Jessica, this is, oh, I'm sorry. Renee, do you have any?
No.
Okay, Jessica, I don't believe that was included in here. We can check our files and see what we have.
Cindy, the reason I'm asking is because given the window arrangement on the front of the house, I just want to confirm what the historic condition was.
So are you trying to figure out if maybe this front room wasn't originally enclosed or not historic?
I think it probably was given the rest of the porch, but given the roof configuration and the window arrangement, it's not entirely obvious.
It looks a little off. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberations. All right, so again, I think the first thing is we just need to decide if, let's first start with, does having a door, replacing that window on the front room of the house on that right elevation, is that appropriate or not?
Would you show us that picture that shows that side of the house? Yeah.
And when I had said it looked a little off just a few moments ago, what I really meant was just looking at this house and looking at the fenestration from that side with the front room. Usually you see two windows there, right? I guess going back to what Jessica was alluding to, there may have been some changes to the historical house. Anyhow.
I mean, PJ, I don't know if it changes anything. The wood siding on the side, it looks continuous. Like, it doesn't look like there's any strange joints there. Like, I don't know that I can even speculate about it. We have no precedent for allowing people to change windows at the front of the house, in the front rooms of the house like this. And I don't know what to fall back on in the guidelines.
Well, I mean, from a guideline perspective, 4.14 number 6, do not change the size of windows on primary elevations. Right, and essentially this is changing the size of a window into a door. Commissioner Barth.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, didn't realize I was unmuted. Is there any reason why we would take into account that the windows on this house have been replaced and this is not an original window to the house? I know that we're going from a window to a door opening, so the opening is changing, but the actual historical windows are not.
But I think we would still fall back on guideline 4.14 number 6, do not change the size of the windows.
All right, thank you.
Again, that's how I see it. And any other, thoughts, feedback, commissioners? Damon?
Yeah, at first I thought we needed more information, but putting a door in the front room of the house right on the street like that, even if there's going to be screening, then the question is whether we want to encourage that kind of screening that close to the front of the house. I think this is more a candidate for a denial than for a continuance for more information. So I didn't even think about the fact that where it was located.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on that before we move on to the lattice? All right. So let's move on to the lattice panes. Obviously, fences higher than 6 feet, unless there's a hardship, right? I know we've granted hardships for that house that's near Ed's, right? Because they were right at the edge of a commercial district. So commissioners' comments, thoughts, does this warrant a hardship? The applicant has given us a handful of options on solutions. Is there one that you all see creatively that may be a landscape feature that would work instead, that would meet our guidelines? Commissioner Rumsch?
I don't see why we wouldn't require this application to stay within the guidelines. I'm not, and that would mean, I think, a maximum of 6 foot high fence there. I believe that's right.
Commissioners, do our guidelines support having some type of landscape feature like, I don't know, a pergola or something, or some more lattice set back from a fence?
But not in the, this is so close to the front yard. I mean, I think the problem is more where it's located. It's right up, it looks like it's the first room in the house, which is pretty moved up front to the.
Sorry, just to clarify, this is not the front of the house. That's the very back. That's the back half of the survey.
Okay, so this isn't part of the,
And we're
this
closed.
isn't part of the door.
Do you want me to open it up? Okay. All right, we're closed.
And
But we are looking at the site plan, and as we can see from the site plan, yeah, the lattice screening, it's at the back of the house on the red elevation.
And I'm sorry, that, because we don't have a comprehensive plan that I can see where everything is, you're right, I do recognize it is in the back of the house. But still, 8 foot is high, and I don't see where there's a reason to change, to make an exception to our policy.
8-foot fence or 8-foot feature?
Well, the screening what's being proposed is an 8-foot screening of some type. And even if it was a wall or if it was a chimney with I mean, we would still not want an 8-foot wall. I mean, that would even be worse than a lattice fence, I think. So I don't see how, maybe in the backyard that was kind of in the middle of the backyard and it was part of a patio and a structure, that would be a different situation, but this is on the property line.
It is kind of, like, we're in deliberation, right? Yeah, so it is kind of unusual to be adjacent to a deck that's that high up off the ground. I'm just, in consideration of that, this is a kind of a different situation, challenge that they're dealing with. I don't know if that kind of a deck would be approved.
Commissioner Hayden, what do you think?
It's a difficult thing. I mean, I think the 6-foot fence rule is where we have to hang our hat. I don't see us approving an 8-foot. In effect, it's a fence. It's very attractive and nicely detailed and all that kind of stuff. It's an 8-foot fence. It might have some breaks in it, but I don't see how we can approve that.
Commissioner Barth.
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
No worries. Commissioner Murin.
I agree with what Jill's saying. Is there something possibly if we look at the finished floors of these two at like the neighboring house, that there might be some type of lenience in that respect? If that finished floor, I mean, but looking at, I believe it's the page 2 after this, one more. On slide 480, like we can clearly see the height. Now, granted, this is in perspective, but we can see the height of the neighbor's deck, understanding that that's their finished floor. And then on of the 3 rectangles, the one furthest right kind of shows us the idea of where the finished floor is of our applicant's house, that maybe there might be something that could, if shown correctly, I don't think the information's in the application currently, but might kind of show the, what was the term? The reprise or hardship with the fact that that neighbor is literally looking down into their neighborhood. And is there anything against a 6-foot fence and a 2-foot planter? That if they look to do a planter brick or something that's only 2 foot high and then started their fence or lattice work there, would that be creatively looking at our guidelines, or is that something that's probably not?
Well, the 6 feet is measured from the outside,
Okay.
from the outside grade.
All right, well then I stand by the fact that there's hardship that could be found in the fact that the neighboring house is, 2 feet above, the finished floor elevation is 2 feet above the finished floor of the current resident, that might be something, to Jill's point.
Commissioners, any comments?
I agree. I don't see any way. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I don't see any way around the
Cindy, can you
6-foot
go
rule.
back one slide? Yeah, can you go back one slide to 479? I mean, I totally agree that we have to there has to be a hardship or a reason to understand making an exception to the rule, and I don't see a way around the 6-foot rule either. And I think this slide is at least a closer depiction of the finished floor relationships between the two houses. I think they're both, 9 or 10 risers from grade, just counting the lap siding and the bricks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the landing on slide 280. Thank you.
Right. Well, either way, I don't think we have enough information to even determine if there's a hardship. Because if we had a section that kind of showed the different elevations between the things we were looking at, but we're trying to figure it out from pictures. So I mean, this is a lot of conversation on material we're guessing at.
Fair? Sounds like you're close to a motion? And don't sit back, I mean.
Okay. So I probably need to do this in 2 motions. One is to deny the window, the door, the window changing to a door. And that's pretty straightforward with our guidelines. The second motion would be to continue for elevations and sections through the areas where the new fences requested, and an accurate plan view of where these things are going to be situated on the property.
And the guideline you were looking for the denying the window is guideline 4.14, number 6.
It actually is 8.6 for fences or for the window. Sorry for the window. I'm so sorry.
And then the other, I'm just continuing. I hope that the conversation is going to give us, let her understand the 6-foot with the fence.
Did you want to reference guideline for the fence?
For the fence?
8.6,
8.6?
number 4.
Number 4. Okay, let me repeat my my motion.
And we will need 2 separate motions. So vote on the first one. And
Okay, all right. So I move to deny the replacement of the window with the door.
Second.
As 4.14, number 6. Thank you.
Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Hayden seconded. Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes, 10-0. Request to replace window with door denied.
The second part of this, or the second motion for this application is a continuance for more information. And that would be an accurate full site plan showing all fences, patios, and anything that's requested to be built. As well as possibly a section through the areas to show the elevations of patios, fences, and even neighbors' fences to see if there's any hardship. And that would be the fence, our fence guideline 8.6, number 4.
Is there a second on the motion? Oh, Commissioner Walker. All right, discussion on the motion. All right, let's vote. Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 10-0, continue. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we do have the caller for number 12 online. Amy, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Give me
Hello,
one
can-
second.
Okay,
So
awesome.
do we want to go ahead and, I believe 13 could be pretty short. Do we want to go ahead and hear this one and try for that? Or do we want to call 13? I'm not, sorry, not 13, number 14. Can we do 12 and 14 or? Should probably go in order, but, okay. I mean, it's up to you guys. We're going back to 12 now because the applicant wasn't on the line. All right. So number 12 is an addition porch changes for 917 Berkeley Avenue. Amy is on the line now. Amy, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you.
All right, and Amy, I'm going to hand it right over to you. If you could just state your name and your address for the tape record, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Yes, my name is Amy Cation, and I'm at 342 Circle Avenue in Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, just let me know where you'd like to start on the presentation.
Sure. Let's start right here. So basically, we have a Tudor-styled home at 917 Berkeley Avenue, built in 1935. What we're proposing today is to take the existing screened-in porch that you see on the right side elevation and enclose that to become heated and cooled square footage. You can move to the next slide, please. So here you can see all sides of this. That first picture, the tree block. So the second front elevation picture shows it a little bit better.
as well as you move around the driveway, as this is on the right side, and the one that you see with the stairs and the door is the back, the view from the rear elevation. Next slide. Adjacent homes. I think this most closely relates probably to what you're seeing over here on 801 Berkeley Avenue, which is your first picture. Looking at the left-hand side there, similar project to what we're proposing, as well as some other adjacent homes. You can also see this done on the far right at 333 Berkeley Avenue. Next slide, please. Here you can see our proposal. We're looking to take, again, it's about 12 by 18, which would add approximately 215 square foot of heating and cool to the home. And in order to kind of maintain as much of the historical, integrity of the Tudor style home, we intend to leave the existing foundation, the existing roof, existing architraves, trim, columns, and gutters. So the goal here is to maintain as much as we can, including those columns, and then infill with brick to match the existing home's brick and mortar as closely as possible. And then you can see on this slide, we have matched the triple casement that's also on the front elevation. It also matches the double casement in the adjacent room with 3-inch mullions between the windows, approximately a 2 by 5 foot window, sill height and header height matching. If you could go to the next slide. As you move around to the side, you'll see we're doing the same concept, leaving the columns and filling the brick. We have another triple casement. Next slide, please. And then finally, on the rear elevation, we are enclosing this with an 8-foot door to match the existing 8-foot exterior door that they have on the existing home, leaving the stoop and railing on the home and just infilling the rest of that with matching brick. And if you move to the next slide, you can see this, I believe, in floor plan. So again, on the far right elevation, this is the proposed structure. All exterior finishes to match existing as closely as possible. We have also included window and door specs. We're looking at a Windsor Pinnacle wood casement window. And then this is a Pinnacle clad, on the previous slide, I'm sorry, the Pinnacle clad door in Appalachian brown. On our last slide, I believe, number 6, you can see that finish for the door matching the existing trim. I believe it's, keep going. Should be on HDC 6.
Amy, that's all the slides we have.
Okay. No problem. I have an architectural detail here that seems to be missing from you guys. One page is between the elevations page and the floor plan page. That being said, I'll move on to the window specs. The window specs here, looking at a wood window with historically accurate 7/8 mutton bar. It's a simulated divided light, so an SDL window. And we're matching the existing front elevation window sizes on both the front elevation and the side elevation.
That's great. Awesome. No, thank you. Cindy, is there anyone wants to speak for or against?
We do not have anyone already signed up, and there is no one on the line.
All right, commissioners' questions. I do have one question. Are you opening with the amount of brick that you have on the porch? It reads like an addition and not a enclosed porch. Are you open to having more windows and less brick?
Yeah, I think we would be, open to suggestions on that. We were certainly trying to keep the front elevation, especially light and airy, to kind of maintain historically, while still giving the ability for the homeowners to do some level of, functional use on the interior.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walker?
Have you explored trying to match the brick and mortar yet?
Yes, we have explored. The mortar will be something that we do with our mason on site so that we can match the age of the existing mortar, because the brick on the front of the home is truly original. Now on the brick, we have explored a match, and we feel like we've done a really nice match actually with a Statesville Brick Company brick, Vertex Green. We feel like we've got a great match with that.
Okay. Commissioner Hinman?
Can you just clarify between it looks like from the notes, the original foundation is to remain, and it looks like from the elevation that the original foundation is to be rebuilt?
The original foundation is remaining. You should see it's not hatched on any of the plans. Anywhere that we have the brick hatched in is where new brick will fall. And the notes around the foundation are showing all existing.
Okay. Has the engineer signed off on this much additional weight on those porch foundations?
We'll move into engineering once we have approval from you guys, but we have gotten some verbal approval at this point, but we will have an engineering letter.
Okay, and I'll reiterate what one of my other commissioners said. Usually when we get applications for porch enclosures, we're looking at like very light systems that are a lot of fenestration and mostly just a column and panel detail, so that it's sort of the narrative of the house is there's a lot of clarity to it. So that may be something that we go into in deliberation, but I think staff has a lot of examples of that.
Okay, understood. We do have a lot driving through 801 Berkeley Avenue in particular, kind of shows one that is in fact brick, as well as 933 Berkeley Ave. And then if you look at the front elevation, all of the first story on this Tudor is all completely brick. So we kind of want to, maintain that integrity of that look and style. Of course, given it is right now existing as screen and porch, to totally understand and open to your suggestions, but that's kind of how we went into it, architecturally speaking.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions of the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberations. So first question is? No. Okay. Okay, well, I was gonna say the first question is, let's agree on let's determine if we agree that the front porch can be closed.
Good, so, you all know how I feel about front porches. The front porch, this is a front elevation porch located on the front and side. This is the connection from the streetscape that's so important for our neighborhoods. Our streetscape is involved with our trees, our walkability, and that connection between the houses and the street, which is not being done on any of the subdivisions that are not in the historic district. This is a very unique, those porches, either called side or front, on the front elevation of these houses, are so unique to our neighborhoods that to allow them to be, I think, enclosed at all, but to be blocked off in any way without, if you're going to approve it, I think it should be completely invisible, that it be glass, like we've approved for commercial stuff on East Boulevard. But I just, and I'll stop after this, but I think this should be denied. I just can't believe that we're allowing such an important piece of these houses to go away.
Thank you, Damon. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, I agree on the importance of leaving the porches open. But it does say in our guidelines that that enclosure is to be is discouraged. But it also says pretty clearly that when enclosing side or secondary porches, ensure that the open character of the porch is maintained, where they are, in the examples in our guidelines, using screen or glass. So perhaps there would be an opportunity, as mentioned before, to use glass in lieu of brick in between the columns. Appreciate their efforts to maintain the roof with the original materials and the columns and the foundation, but using brick to enclose the porch is clearly against our guidelines.
Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, this is going to be reiterating what the last two said. I just, I see where Damon's coming from, but I think this is a side porch, but then I stand by 4.08, number 5, and what was just stated, that this should not be enclosed and discouraged.
Okay, other commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger.
I just have a comment for the applicants. I agree with the comments. I don't think it's appropriate, but I have a Tudor style house and I enclosed a side porch. So I totally understand the need for the enclosure and the desire for usable space. However, I do think the fact that it's a Tudor style offers some opportunities because you have other materials and not just brick that are used on that house. And I think it's an opportunity that you could explore for other solutions.
Commissioner Rumsch?
I think from looking at the site plan, that this is not the only place to capture heated square footage. That there's plenty of spaces toward the back of the house that could be captured in a different manner and still maintain this. So it's not like we've got a hardship on a tight lot where this is the only place that they can gain square footage. I think that should be also considered.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Damon, but I do disagree. I don't think that this is in any way, shape, or form the same as a front porch where people actively engage with people on the sidewalk. It's typically used by these type of screened-in side porches are not where you go to sit so that you can commune with your neighbors all the way out on the sidewalk. That's just not going to happen. And they also typically landscaped in the front of the screened-in porch so that you have privacy and you don't have to engage. And I did the same to my screened-in porch. I enclosed it, but it's much more open, and I think there are other ways they could perhaps enclose it and maintain its appearance as a screened-in, as an original porch.
Commissioners, any other comments? Got some division. Okay. Good communication. Next step is getting a motion.
Well, as a final comment here, I think Jill's point is well taken. And if you look, all three sides of this porch are hedged in, at least to the midpoint of the opening. So clearly they're not maintaining a lot of interaction between the porch and the sidewalk. But with that said, I'm inclined to want another solution besides brick.
All right, Commissioner Hinman.
I lean on guidelines 4.8, number 5, and for me the key is new use. I think that the reality of our mission statement of preserving the character of the districts with an eye towards adapting to changing lifestyle needs really does need to adapt to home offices, particularly right now. And so I do think there's plenty of precedent for side porches allowing a new use per that guideline. What's that, 4.8, number 5? And then along with 5 and 6, that enclosure, if it's approved, really needs to be very light, very transparent. It needs to read as a porch, and it needs to be clearly easily reversible.
Is anyone willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right. Let's do it.
Make a motion to continue this application under our guidelines 4.8, number 5, and number 6.
Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lindberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch,
No.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, no. Motion to continue passes 8-2. Please let the record show that Commissioner Rumsch has left the meeting. And we have one more. Can we do one more? Yeah. It's your birthday? All right, commissioners, I asked that we do one more. It's the one in Fourth Ward. It's more landscaping. Here in the room, am I getting head nods that we can support one more? We could push meeting minutes off. Okay, commissioners on the phone? Thumbs up
good.
from Jess. All right, got it. Let's roll.
It needs to be really quick.
All right. Next, if we're ready, everyone? Agenda item number 14 is 301 West 10th Street. It is for landscaping and site work. John, are you on the line?
Hello.
Hi, what about, is Manuel on the line?
No, Lonnie Scoggins would be the only other, it's Sam. Lonnie, is that you?
No, this is Manuel Pimentel.
Okay.
All right, have you both been sworn in?
No.
All right, if we could go ahead and do that.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great, thank you.
All right, and if you could just state your name and your address for the tape record, and then I'll let whoever's going to present go ahead and get started.
My name is John Ferris, 1918 Park Road, Charlotte, 28203.
My name is Manuel Pimentel, 301 West 10th Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. And John will be presenting for us. I am a board member at the Poplar.
Okay, all right.
Great, thank you. John, go ahead and get started. Let me know where you want on the slides.
Let's just, that's fine, right? That's good right there. That's not really a good, okay. The reason for this proposal is primarily and completely because of this building is a 1929 building and it has a basement located in the area where the project site is. There is a planting area there currently about 5 feet wide by 25 feet long, somewhere in there. And during summer season, when the irrigation is on, water leaches down through the soil and into that basement. You know, 1929, if it had any waterproofing, it's probably shot. There are some photographs that show the damage inside that's being done by this water infiltration. And so just in a nutshell, the simple solution is to remove the soil and put a slab in that area that's sloped to drain to the sidewalk, and then put surface mounted planters. This is also, I mean, the process of digging down, putting in a French drain, I mean, you'd have to go 15 feet down, and then where would it daylight? I mean, it's just an impossible situation to do that. And with a waterproof caulk joint and a slab that drains out, I mean, the planting strip is 5 feet wide. And there's also an identical area on the other side. If you could show those slides, Cindy. Yeah, let's get to the photo. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Right here. These are photos showing the damage to the basement wall below grade. Okay. Go. All right, stop right there. To the photo on the left is the planting strip in question. And the photo on the right is just the staircase. The staircase and the rock retaining structures there will not be that will not be disturbed at all. It's just this area that you're looking at in the photo on the left. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. A couple of more views. On the right is what is to remain, and on the left is the area. Okay, next slide. I was looking for the one on the opposite side of the right here. Okay, on the opposite side of the building, further down Poplar Street, this is the condition. Obviously, I think it's maybe an electrical vault of some sort, but this is the condition that exists on the further up Poplar Street. Except we won't obviously have the vaults and the grills there.
So Mr. Ferris, you've shown us the problem area, the root causes the water, the condition on the other side that you want to mimic. Show us the solution.
Okay. Let's go to the drawing. Okay, so this is basically what is existing, and the elevation and the plan to be removed. And I'm sorry, you clicked forward too quickly. Okay, yeah. Elevation, the existing planting to be removed. You can see beyond here the dotted in basement wall that is beyond, that's being damaged by the water. This is below is the plan. The section over here shows that the grade slope will be removed and lowered. Okay, go to the next drawing. And this is very simple concrete slab coming back in place with surface planters. And I think we're looking at drought resistant material that goes in that for ornamental planting. There is a photograph up here in the upper right hand corner, something that's a cast stone planter that's out there. And then I thought I had some photographs of what a planter in use there, right here. There's other cast stone planters with ornamental planting in them. And you know, that'd be the direction we're heading with this. And that's pretty much it.
No, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Cindy, has anyone signed up to speak for or against?
No one has signed up, and we have no one on the line.
All right, commissioners, questions. Commissioner Hinman.
I would love to start because over the years, I can't even count how many conversations I've had with the State Preservation Office about this type of situation. And so they have consistently responded that one of the primary goals is to do no harm to the historic structure and to the character of the district. And so they always lean, for me, on the Secretary of the Interior standards numbers 8 and 9. Number 8 would suggest that this planter and the irrigation, which were installed long after 1929,
are actively damaging the historic property, and that should be mitigated, and that's pretty clearly covered in number 8. And number 9 is that we have to take measures to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment, and that any changes we make need to be thoughtful about protecting the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So I think that this hardscape sloping away from the building is certainly the mitigation effort to protect the historic structure, and I think that the planters are so consistent with the urban setting of this property that it's a very clean, it's very clean with the Secretary of Interior standards, numbers 8 and 9 for me, that this is compliant.
That's great. Thank you. It's going to be a great talk track once we get into deliberation. Any other comments or questions of Mr. Ferris? And we're closed for deliberation. All right. Jessica. Commissioner Murin. Yes.
I'll be happy to make a motion unless Chris Murin wants to go.
No. Bring it, Chris. Bring it.
I want to agree with Jessica, so that should cheer you up. But I also want to add to that discussion because I think there's some points here that I don't want to gloss over. For me, 8.4 number 2, that the plantings that help define district character, to me, this defines it along 10th Street just because of that street section. You know, you think about corner retail, that retail turns the corner, and that's what we're seeing here with the beds that are turning the corner. I also think that on 8.9 number 9, this gets a little bit ahead of my discussion, but the complementary hardscape materials, this manufacturer is showing this as a concrete product. It's concrete dash cream. It's not a cast stone planter as described in 2 of the call outs. 8.5 does call it a precast planter, but to me, I believe what Jessica was harping on with 8 and 9, I saw it in number 6, where it talks about severity of deterioration requires the replacement of a distinctive feature, and the new one should match the old in design. That to me, that something needs to come back that's kind of not a new material or a new use of the material. So I don't know if that's something that's a brick planter, something that can be cast out of the limestone to try to get those markings or something like that. I might be in the minority here, but that's just where I was looking at it.
I'm in complete agreement with Chris. There are plenty of cast stone planters out there that take on the same exact characters, what they're talking here, or they could be round or any number of things that would be architecturally appropriate to the poplar architecture. The biggest concern I have is to make sure that the concrete that goes back in is done in such a way that it's relatively level, but more importantly, that the planters can be level so that they're not leaning towards the curb and the sidewalk, and they get full of water and the water runs over and the soil comes out onto the, it's got to be a situation where the planters can be level, and you can do that with cast stone. They may need a little bit of shimming and something underneath them to make it work, but that's critical for that. I think it's a perfect solution for a problem that is real. I've been in the basement of the Poplar, and it's not a fun place to be.
That's great. Thank you, Commissioner Hayden. Any other commissioners have any comments? Okay. Well, looking at Commissioner Hayden or Hinman or.
I can make a motion. Would this be something would this be to continue, or is this something that staff can review as far as the material of the planners selected?
I think so.
Staff is fine with that as long as we have direction.
Okay. Go for it, Chris.
All right. I make a motion to approve this application under the guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards number 6, 8, and 9, showing distress to the building that requires immediate response. Staff to approve new planters that match the design context and materials of the historic structure.
Chris, what guideline did you want to reference?
The Secretary of the Interior Standards, number 6, 8, and 9.
Okay.
Friendly amendment that the planters be cast stone rather than some modern material.
Sounds good.
This is Jessica, and a friendly amendment that with the ability to be leveled.
Sounds good.
And if that's cool, I'll be happy to second it.
Yep.
All right, so seconded by Commissioner Hinman. All right, any further discussion on the motion? All right, commissioners, let's vote. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Lindberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, yes. 9-0, approved. All right, so we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business we need to discuss?
Thank you all for staying and doing that. I appreciate it.
Thanks, John. All right, if no, this meeting is adjourned at 19:30.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.